You are lying still, eyes closed, the weight of your body sinking into the mattress like a stone settling in quiet water. The room holds its breath around you, not because it is silent, but because silence has learned to live here, patient and unhurried, like an old friend who never rushes you to speak. Outside, the night hums faintly. A distant car, a rustle of leaves, the low pulse of the heater turning on and off as if keeping time with your breath. You do not need to fix anything. You do not need to solve anything. You only need to be here, where thought can drift without destination. There is no need to remember who you were at 20. Not fully, not exactly, not even clearly. The face in the photograph may smile back at you with unfamiliar ease. The voice in old recordings may sound like someone else's. The beliefs you held then now feel distant as weather patterns from a season long gone. You do not have to claim them. You do not have to reject them. You do not even need to understand how they became what they are. Tonight, you are simply invited to let them pass through you like clouds moving across a sky you no longer try to name. Think of an old sweater you wore every day for years, softened by washing, stretched at the elbows, patched once with thread that didn't quite match. You kept it long after it stopped fitting right, not because it was useful, but because holding it made something inside you feel settled. One winter, you gave it away without thinking much about it. A year later, you passed a thrift store and saw someone else wearing it. You did not stop. You did not call out. You simply noticed how the light fell on the sleeve, how the cuff curled slightly at the edge, how the color had faded to something softer than you remembered. That sweater was yours. It was also no longer yours. And yet, something of its presence remained in your hands when you folded it last, and in your chest when you saw it again. You do not have to decide if that means anything. Think now of a book you read in your early 20s, a worn paperback with dog-eared pages and marginalia in pencil, some of it smudged by rain or sleep. You haven't opened it in 15 years. You don't even know where it is now. But sometimes when the air turns crisp in October, you find yourself thinking about a line near the end, the one about loneliness being quieter than company. You didn't understand it then. You think you do now, or maybe you don't. Maybe you just remember how the words felt on your tongue that night, how the light from your bedside lamp pooled over the page while the rest of the house slept. That feeling still lives somewhere in you, not as memory, not as belief, but as a rhythm, a quiet echo. You do not have to trace it back. Think of walking home from work one evening years ago when everything felt new and heavy at once. The way your shoes scuffed against wet pavement, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, how you hummed a song you didn't know the name of. You were tired but not unhappy. You stopped for coffee at a shop that no longer exists. The barista smiled without saying anything. You took your cup and walked slowly, watching steam rise like a ghost leaving its body. That moment was yours. It is gone. But sometimes now, when you pause just before falling asleep, you feel again the warmth of the cup in both hands, the slight ache behind your eyes from lack of sleep, the quiet certainty that even though nothing had changed outside, something inside had shifted. You do not have to say what it was. Think of a keychain you carried for nearly a decade. A small brass fob shaped like an owl, bought at a roadside stand during a trip you barely remember. You lost it somewhere between two apartments in the shuffle of boxes and half-packed suitcases. You never replaced it. But sometimes, when your fingers brush against something cool and smooth, like the edge of a glass or a doorknob polished by countless hands, you pause for half a breath, just long enough to wonder if that's what it felt like. You do not have to find it again. Think of the way you used to lie on the floor after dinner, staring up at the ceiling while your parents talked in the kitchen. You weren't listening, not really. But you remember how the light from the hallway pooled just above the baseboard, how a single dust mote drifted lazily through it for what felt like minutes. There was no music. No words, just that slow motion of air and light. You don't know why you kept doing it. Maybe because the floor held your weight without asking anything in return. You do not have to explain it. Think now of a dream you had last week, vague, shapeless, but vivid in feeling. You were standing on a bridge made of thin wooden planks stretching over water so still it mirrored the sky perfectly. There was no wind, no sound, just you and the reflection above and below. And for a long time you didn't know which one was real, the figure looking down or the one looking up. When you woke, your hand was resting on your chest, as if to confirm something still lived beneath it. You do not have to choose. The person you were at 20 is not gone, not because they are locked inside you like a fossil in stone. Not because some unbroken thread connects every version of you since then, but because moments from that time, small, ordinary, almost unnoticed, are still woven into the texture of how you breathe now. The way you pause before answering a question. The way you sometimes touch your wrist when thinking. The quiet comfort you feel in rooms with too much light. These are not memories you own. They are echoes you carry without knowing why. You do not need to claim them as yours. You only need to let them be. The room grows softer around you now, the edges of thought dissolving like sugar in warm tea. There is no demand that you become someone, no pressure to remain the same. The night does not require continuity. It asks only for presence, not as a promise but as a habit, a quiet rhythm, a breathing. Think now of your hand resting on the blanket, not as yours, not as belonging to anyone, just as skin over bone and blood, warm from within, still moving with breath. The fingers curl slightly, then relax. The pulse beneath the wrist is steady. You do not know what made it so. You only know that for now it is here. And that is enough. You feel the weight of your arm sinking deeper into the mattress, as if gravity has grown kinder tonight. The light from the street lamp outside shifts slightly across the ceiling, just a whisper of movement, and you notice how, without trying, your breath slows to match its rhythm. You remember the way the rain used to tap against the window pane in that small apartment above the laundromat, not with urgency but with patience, as if each drop had all the time in the world to find its place. You didn't notice then how often you sat by that window after work, watching the water gather and slide down the glass, tracing paths no one else would ever see. You never wrote anything down, never took a photo. But sometimes now, when the sky thickens just before dusk, and the air smells like wet concrete and distant earth, your fingers still reach for the edge of the table, not to steady yourself, but as if you're waiting for something to begin. It doesn't matter that nothing does. The habit remains, quiet as a sigh. Think now of the book you borrowed from a stranger on a train, its spine cracked open at page 147, where someone had written in pencil, "I wish I knew why this made me cry." You never returned it. You carried it for years, from city to city, until one morning you found it tucked behind a shelf of old records and realized the ink had faded into nothing but smudges. The paper still held the shape of where your fingers had pressed, the crease where you turned the page too quickly once, thinking you were done, but you were. You never finished reading it. And yet, when you hear someone hum a tune you don't recognize or catch the scent of lavender soap in a hotel bathroom, something inside you still hesitates, not with longing, but with recognition, as if that stranger's sadness had settled into your bones without asking. You used to fold laundry with too much care, smoothing each shirt as though it were sacred cloth, pressing out invisible wrinkles only you could see. You didn't do it because you cared about neatness. You did it because the rhythm of pulling fabric taut and letting it fall again felt like a kind of breathing. There was no music, no reason beyond the motion itself. Now, when you reach for clean clothes in the drawer, your hands still move the same way, slower than necessary, gentler than required. You don't think about why. You only notice that the act feels familiar, as though someone else's hands are guiding yours, and you're content to let them. Think of the sweater you wore every winter for 7 years, until the sleeves grew thin at the elbows and the collar lost its shape entirely. You never threw it away. It lived in the back of your closet, folded just so, as if waiting for a season that might return. One night, after a long silence between you and someone who once knew you well, you pulled it on without thinking. The wool still held warmth, not from body heat, but from memory. You didn't cry. You didn't speak. You simply stood by the window with your arms crossed, breathing into the fabric as if it might remember how to hold you again. It did not answer, but for a few minutes, it felt like being touched. You used to walk through parks without direction, letting your feet choose the path, following only the curve of a bench or the tilt of sunlight through leaves. You didn't go there to think. You went because stillness required movement, because sitting still felt like surrendering too soon. Now when you pass by a park at twilight, your steps slow without your permission. You don't enter. You don't sit. But for just long enough, you stand where the grass meets the path, watching the shadows lengthen and blur into one another. The air grows cooler. A bird calls once, high, clear, then gone. You do not wonder if it was the same kind of bird that called back then. Think now of a single note played on an old piano in someone else's house. The one you visited briefly just once years ago. You didn't know how to play. You only pressed one key lightly and listened as the sound trembled through the wood, then faded into silence. No one noticed. No one asked why you did it. But that note has lived inside you ever since. Not as music, but as a kind of quiet space between breaths. When you're tired or lonely or simply too awake to sleep, your mind sometimes returns to it, not to hear it again, but to feel the shape of its absence. You used to keep small stones in your pocket, smooth ones found near rivers or tide pools. That felt like they belonged to you because they had been held by water longer than you'd been alive. You never collected them for meaning, just because their weight was comforting. One day, you realized you hadn't carried any in years. You didn't lose them. You simply stopped picking them up. And yet, sometimes now, when your hand rests in your lap or slips into a coat pocket, it still curls slightly, as if expecting the cool roundness of something that isn't there. The night deepens. The bed holds you without judgment. Your breath comes easier now, not because you've learned to control it, but because you've stopped trying to measure its rhythm against anything else. There is no need for continuity, No demand for proof. No requirement that the person you were still lives inside you. Only that moments from then still live in how you move through this moment. The light outside shifts again just slightly, and your eyelids grow heavier, not with effort but with surrender. You do not have to be the same. You do not have to change. You only need to be here now, breathing. No more, no less. And somewhere in the quiet between heartbeats, something old stirs, not as memory, not as voice, but as a whisper of warmth, like the ghost of a hand that once held yours without asking for anything in return. You remember a coat you wore for 3 winters, not because it was warm or stylish, but because the lining had begun to fray in just one spot, just below the left shoulder. And over time, your thumb learned to find it without looking. It wasn't a habit you named. You didn't think of it as comforting. But on mornings when the air felt thin and the world seemed too loud, your fingers would drift there, brushing the loose threads like a pulse you couldn't hear. One spring, you washed it for the last time, hoping to tighten the weave, but the fibers gave way instead. You hung it up to dry, watching the light catch the unraveling strands as they trembled in the breeze from the open window. You didn't throw it away. You folded it carefully and placed it at the back of the closet where the others were stored with care, not sentiment. Years later, you opened that closet again, not looking for it, and there it was, still folded, still silent. You didn't touch it. You only stood there, breathing slowly, as if the coat might still be waiting to be worn by someone who needed its quiet. You used to write letters you never sent, small ones, on notebook paper, in a hand you no longer recognize. They weren't confessions or pleas, just observations. How the rain made the sidewalk shine like wet slate, how the neighbor's cat slept on the fence every afternoon at 3, how the smell of burning leaves once reminded you of your grandmother's kitchen even though she never burned them. You wrote them when the day felt too full and your thoughts had nowhere to go. Then one evening, you lit a match and watched them curl into ash. The flame didn't leap. It simply took them quietly as if they had always belonged there. You did not feel relief. You did not feel loss. Only stillness, like the moment after a door closes and no one is left to hear it. Think now of the way your hand once moved across the keys of a typewriter, not to write anything important, but because the rhythm of the carriage return felt like breathing in reverse. Each press was a small release, each clack a tiny punctuation in an endless sentence you never finished. You didn't keep the machine. You didn't even remember where it went. But sometimes, when your fingers rest on the edge of a table or brush against the corner of a bookshelf, They still tap, once, twice, a pattern no one else would notice and no one ever asked about. The sound doesn't echo anymore. It only lingers in the space between your skin and the air. You used to listen to the way silence changed when you were alone in a house after everyone had left. Not the absence of noise, but the presence of stillness thickening, like honey settling at the bottom of a jar. You'd sit on the floor with your back against the wall, eyes closed, and wait for something to shift. A creak in the wood, a sigh from the pipes, the faintest hum from the refrigerator far away. And then you didn't know why it would come. Not a memory, not a thought, but a feeling that someone had been there just moments before, leaving behind warmth where their body had pressed into the chair or the bed. You never checked. You never called out. You simply let it pass through you like wind through curtains half open. Think now of the way your shadow stretched across the floor one evening in late autumn, long and thin as a thread pulled taut by the low sun. You stood on the porch barefoot, watching it stretch farther than ever before, beyond the step, beyond the garden path, into the grass where no foot had walked since winter's first frost. You didn't move. You didn't try to step out of it. You only watched as it faded slowly into dusk, until there was nothing left but the dark shape your body had made against the world. You did not feel afraid. You did not wonder if you were still there. You only felt the cool air on your toes and the quiet certainty that you had been visible, even for just a moment, to something larger than your name. You used to keep a single candle in the window during winter nights, not to light the room, but because its flame moved differently when no one was watching it. Not flickering wildly, not steady like a lamp, but breathing, softly, irregularly, as if it had learned how to rest. You blow it out before bed, but sometimes just before sleep came, you'd open your eyes again and see the faint glow still there, not from the wick, but from the memory of light clinging to the glass. You never told anyone about this. You didn't need to. The candle never asked for an audience. Think now of a pair of shoes you wore every day for 7 months, until the soles thinned and the laces frayed into knots that no longer untied easily. You stopped tying them properly after a while. You just pulled them on, let the loose ends drag like tails behind you. No one commented. You didn't care. One morning, you noticed your foot had grown accustomed to the uneven tilt of the left shoe, the heel worn down more than the right, and for some reason that imbalance felt familiar, even true. You didn't replace them immediately. You waited until winter came again, and then, on a day when the snow hadn't yet melted, you walked barefoot through the yard just to feel how cold the ground could be. The pain was sharp but clean. You did not cry. You only remembered how your feet had carried you, without asking for thanks for so long. You used to watch clouds drift over rooftops without naming them. Not as animals or faces, not as omens or signs, but simply as shapes moving through air that didn't care where they went. You'd lie on your back in the grass and let your eyes follow one until it dissolved into the blue. Then you'd find another, and another. You never counted them. You never tried to hold any of them still. You only knew, somewhere deep down, that none of them were yours. And yet, they were the only things you ever truly followed without needing to catch. The night thickens further now. Your breath has slowed past counting. The bed does not ask if you are still here. It only holds you as it always has, quietly, fully, without demanding that you answer for who you were or who you might become. You do not need to be the same person who wore that coat, wrote those letters, tapped on the table, watched the candle burn, walked in worn shoes, followed the clouds. You only need to be here now, in this breath, in this stillness, where even the idea of identity has begun to soften like fog at dawn. And somewhere beneath your ribs, where no hand can reach and no word can name it, something older than memory hums, not with longing, not with loss, but with the gentlest kind of recognition that you have always been allowed to be less than whole and still be enough. You remember a scarf you wrapped around your neck one October evening, not because it was cold, but because the texture of its weave reminded you of your grandmother's hands, rough at the edges, warm in the center. You never wore it again after that night, but you kept it folded in the bottom drawer of your dresser, pressed between two sweaters that no longer fit. Years later, you found it again while searching for something else entirely. The colors had faded to ghosts of themselves, and one corner had unraveled just enough to make a loose fringe that caught on everything it touched. You didn't fix it. You didn't throw it away. You simply held it in your lap for a while, letting the fibers brush against your palms like a whisper you couldn't quite hear. The scent of lavender you de-sprinkled on it long ago was gone, but there was still something quiet and persistent, that lingered in the cloth not as memory, but as absence made tangible. You used to collect pebbles from river banks, not because they were beautiful, but because each one felt different in your palm. One had a smooth ridge along its side, like a scar left by water. Another was slightly warm even when the air was chill. You never kept them for long. You'd place them back after an hour or two, arranging them just so on the bank before walking away. You didn't believe they were yours to keep. But you also didn't believe they belonged to the river either. They simply existed in your hand, and then again without it, and between those moments, something passed through you. Not ownership, not connection, but a quiet acknowledgement that you had been there, and so had they. There was a door in an old house you stayed in once. A narrow wooden thing with no handle, just a brass latch that clicked when pressed. You never opened it. You didn't need to. The air behind it smelled faintly of dried herbs and candle wax, and sometimes, late at night, you'd hear the softest sigh from the other side, not as if someone were breathing, but as if the space itself remembered how to exhale. You imagined what might lie beyond. A room untouched for decades, a chair still holding the shape of someone who left in a hurry, a window cracked open to let in the wind that no longer came. But you never turned the latch. You didn't need to know. You only needed to know it was there and that you had chosen not to enter. You used to write letters you never sent, long ones filled with things you couldn't say aloud, things you weren't sure you even meant. You wrote them on thin paper with a pen that ran out of ink halfway through. The words blurred in places, smeared by your thumb or the dampness of your skin. You folded each one carefully, tucked it into an envelope, sealed it without addressing it. Then you placed it in a wooden box beneath your bed. Years passed. The box grew heavy with silence. One day you opened it and found them all still there, untouched by time, untouched by anyone else. You didn't read them again. You closed the lid and pushed the box back into the dark. You didn't need to know what they said. You only needed to know that you had written them and that someone, maybe you, maybe not, had once needed to say those things. You used to sit by a window in winter and watch your breath fog the glass. Not to write messages or draw shapes, but simply because the condensation formed slowly, unevenly, as if it were thinking before it appeared. Each exhale left behind a faint trail, like footsteps on snow that no one else would ever see. You depress your palm against the cold pane afterward and feel how the warmth lingered just long enough to remind you that something had passed through, something that didn't belong to you anymore but had been shaped by you. The glass never held it. It never claimed it. But for a few seconds, there was evidence, not proof of presence, but proof of passage. You used to listen to rain on the roof of your childhood home, not as sound, but as texture. Each drop struck differently depending on where it landed. The tin gutter sang sharp and clear. The asphalt driveway sighed low and dull. The leaves above your bedroom window tapped in a rhythm only they knew. You'd lie still beneath the blanket and let the patterns move through you without trying to name them. You didn't need to understand why one drop fell faster than another, or why some struck with such certainty while others hesitated before breaking. You only needed to know that they were falling, and that you were there to hear it. You used to carry a single button in your pocket for 3 years. It was from a coat you lost during a trip you can no longer recall clearly. Just the feel of the wind against your cheek as you walked away from a train station. Just the sudden absence of weight when you realized it was gone. You found the button later, caught in the lining of your bag. It was chipped at one edge, slightly loose on its threads. You didn't sew it back on. You kept it in your pocket, not as a reminder, but as a quiet companion. You never looked for the coat again. You never needed to. The button didn't belong to you, and yet, for those 3 years, it moved with you, through seasons, through silence, through days when you forgot it was there until your fingers brushed against it by accident. The night deepens further now. Your breath has become a rhythm older than thought. You do not need to be the person who wore that scarf, held those pebbles, hesitated before the door, wrote those letters, watched the fog form, listened to the rain, carried the button. You only need to be here, in this quiet, in this warmth, in this breath that rises and falls without asking for a name. There was a key you kept on a nail above your kitchen door, not for any lock you owned, but because it felt right there. It was heavy, old, its teeth worn smooth from years of turning in something long gone. You never tried to use it. You didn't even know what it opened. But sometimes when the house was still and the light had faded, you'd reach up and let your fingers rest on it just once before going to bed. It never moved. It never answered. And yet somehow, its presence made the dark feel less empty. You do not need to find out what that key unlocked. You only need to know you ever needed to keep it close. The air around you is soft now. Not heavy, not cold, not warm, but simply present, like a hand held just beneath your ribs, not pressing, not guiding, but holding space for whatever may or may not be there. You are still here, and that perhaps is enough. There was a book you never finished, not because it was dull or difficult, but because one evening, after reading the same paragraph 3 times without moving your eyes past the 3rd sentence, you closed it and left it on the windowsill where the moonlight pooled like spilled milk. You didn't mark the page. You didn't fold a corner. You simply let it rest there, open to that quiet place where meaning had stopped arriving. Months passed. The cover faded slightly under the glass of the sill. Dust settled between its pages, soft as breath on skin. You never opened it again. But sometimes when the house was very still and you passed by the window without turning on the light, your hand would hover just above it, not to pick it up, not to read, but as if checking whether something still lived inside its silence. It didn't need to be finished for you to feel it had been yours. There was a song you heard once in a train station, played by someone who wasn't playing for anyone at all. A musician with a violin case open on the floor, fingers moving slowly over strings as if remembering how to hold them. The melody didn't rise or fall like music usually does. It looped quietly in circles, each repetition slightly altered, not enough to notice unless you were listening very closely. And even then, it wasn't clear whether the change was in the notes or in your own hearing. You stood there for 7 minutes before your train came. When you boarded, you didn't remember the tune. But for weeks afterward, whenever you sat alone with nothing to do, a faint echo would drift through your mind, not as sound, but as pressure behind your eyes, like remembering how to blink after too long in darkness. You used to walk along the edge of the river at dusk, not because it was beautiful, but because the water moved differently there, slower than upstream, quieter than downstream, caught between two currents that never quite met. You drop a pebble sometimes, not with intention, not as ritual, but just enough to see how far it sank before disappearing. Some fell straight down and vanished in one breath. Others spun sideways, flickering like stars going out underwater, taking longer to let go. You never counted them. You never tried to predict which would do what. The river didn't care whether you watched or not, but you did. And in that watching, something settled, not into clarity, but into acceptance, that some things are meant to disappear without fanfare, and that your presence beside them was enough. There was a chair you sat in every morning for 7 winters, though you never called it yours. It had no name on its back, no initials carved into the armrests, no stains from tea or coffee that could be traced to your hands. The cushions were worn thin where your shoulders pressed, and the wood groaned just once when you shifted your weight, low, steady, like a sigh that had learned not to expect an answer. You never cleaned it. You never repaired it. It simply held you, as if it remembered how to be still before you ever sat down. When you moved away, you left it behind. You didn't take anything with you, not the cushion, not the keychain tied to its leg, not even the memory of its sound. But sometimes, in a room that felt too quiet, your body would tilt slightly to one side, as if waiting for something that wasn't there anymore. There was a photograph you found tucked inside an old coat you borrowed from someone who no longer lived where they once did. It showed two people standing beneath a tree you didn't recognize, both smiling in a way that felt like silence given shape. You couldn't say who they were. You couldn't say if either of them had ever known you. But the light falling on their faces was exactly how the afternoon used to feel when you were small and waiting for someone to call you inside. You didn't keep it. You didn't return it. You just held it for a while, long enough to notice how the corners curled slightly from being folded too many times. Then you let go of it into a drawer that already held other things you couldn't explain keeping. There was a door you passed through every day without thinking, but one morning you paused. Not because something had changed, but because nothing had. The hinge didn't creak. The handle didn't feel warmer or colder than usual. The wood didn't smell different. Yet for the first time in years, you noticed how lightly it closed behind you, how gently, how completely, as if the space beyond had never been waiting at all. The air around you is still, not empty, not full, just here. You do not need to be the one who held that book, heard that song, walked beside that river, sat in that chair, found that photograph, passed through that door. You only need to be where you are now, breathing slowly, eyes closed, skin warm beneath the sheets. The weight of all those small things settling not into memory but into presence. You do not have to carry them forward. You do not have to let them go. They simply were. And so are you. There was a sweater you wore until the cuffs frayed into threads that curled like old smoke, and still you pulled it on each autumn evening, not because it kept you warm, but because its weight against your shoulders felt like an answer to something you hadn't asked. You never washed it after the third season. The scent of wood smoke and rain had settled deep into the wool, not as memory but as texture, as if the fibers themselves had learned how to hold stillness. One night you laid it across the foot of your bed instead of hanging it up, just to feel its presence in the dark, quiet as a breath held too long. You didn't think about who wore it before you. You didn't wonder whether it once belonged to someone else's hands, someone else's winters. It simply was there, and that was enough. Later, you found yourself standing beside another sweater, newer, softer, bought on impulse during a trip you barely recall now. And for the first time, your fingers hesitated before slipping through its sleeves. You didn't dislike it. You just felt how lightly it clung to you, as if it had never known what it meant to be worn down by time. It fit perfectly. It smelled faintly of lavender and plastic packaging. And still, when evening came, you reached for the old one. There was a notebook filled with handwriting that didn't look like yours. Curved letters too loose. ink smudged in places where fingers had rested too long on the page. You found it tucked behind a bookshelf you'd moved once and never moved again. The entries were dated 10 years before you ever lived there. They spoke of morning walks along a canal you didn't know, of rain falling sideways through open windows, of someone calling out to no one in particular just to hear their own voice echo back. You read them slowly, not because they meant anything to you, but because the rhythm of those words felt familiar, like hearing a song your mother hummed without knowing she was singing it. You didn't tear it out. You didn't burn it. You left it there between 2 volumes on botany and old maps, as if placing it back had been its purpose all along. There was a window you looked through every night before sleep, not to see the stars or the streetlights below, but because your reflection always appeared just slightly behind the glass, blurred by condensation from your breath. You never wiped it clean. The fog softened your edges until you couldn't tell where your face ended and the dark beyond began. Some nights you thought you saw someone else there, someone with softer cheeks or slower eyes, and for a moment you wondered if that person had always been waiting on the other side of the pain, watching as you grew older without realizing it. But you never leaned closer to check. You simply watched your own breathing rise and fall against the glass until the mist cleared naturally, and there was only darkness again. There was a step in the hallway that creaked when pressed just right, not loudly, not sharply, but with a low hum, like the vibration of a tuning fork left humming after being struck. For years you avoided it, stepping wide to sidestep its sound. Then one evening, tired and half asleep, you stepped squarely onto it without thinking. And for the first time in decades, something inside you paused. Not because you remembered why you'd feared it, but because the note it made felt like a name being whispered just once, too quietly to catch. You started stepping on it again, not out of habit, not even out of curiosity, but as if letting it speak was the quietest way to say you were still here. There was an old pair of shoes left by the back door, laces untied but not broken, soles worn unevenly from walking in circles more than forward. You didn't wear them anymore, not because they hurt your feet or looked shabby, but because their silence had become louder than any sound you could make while wearing them. One morning, you picked them up and carried them to the closet without putting them on. You held them for a long time, just the weight of leather and dust, and then placed them gently beside other things you hadn't touched in years but still kept because they didn't ask anything of you. The air around you is still. You do not need to be the one who wore that sweater, read those words, watched through that glass, stepped on that creaking board, held those shoes. You only need to feel how their absence now rests beside your presence, not as loss, but as a kind of quiet companion. The sheets are warm beneath you. Your breath moves slowly, deeply. There is no urgency to name what remains, no demand to trace the line from then to now. You are here, and whatever was has already become part of this stillness. There was a garden that never bloomed as planned, flowers planted in rows that grew crooked, vines climbing walls they weren't meant to climb, weeds thriving where nothing else would take root. You didn't pull them out. You didn't replant. You simply watched how the light fell differently over each patch of earth, and how even the untended things had their own rhythm. You came back year after year, not to fix it, not to claim ownership, but because something in its wildness felt like your own quiet unraveling made visible. And then one spring, you didn't go at all. The garden was still there. You never asked who tended it now, or if anyone did. You only remembered how the air smelled when you sat on that bench, the damp earth and crushed mint, and let yourself wonder whether what grew in your absence had become more alive than anything you'd ever tried to make grow. So the night is deepening. Your body sinks further into the mattress, as though gravity has grown kinder. You are not trying to hold onto who you were. You are not trying to prove that person still lives inside you. There is only this breath, this warmth, the quiet pressure of your eyelids against the dark. And somewhere beneath all those small things, the sweater, the notebook, the window, the step, the shoes, the garden, you have always been allowed simply to be. Even now, even here. There was a key you carried for years, not because it opened anything important, but because it fit so perfectly in your palm, curved just right beneath your thumb, cool enough to feel real even on winter mornings when your fingers were numb. You never remembered which lock it belonged to anymore, or if the door still stood where you last saw it. You stopped turning it in the night after a dream where the key slipped from your grip and fell into water so still it didn't ripple. You reached for it anyway, barehanded, and woke with damp sheets and no memory of why you tried to catch it. The key stayed in your pocket, then your drawer, then tucked inside an old book whose spine had cracked open like a tired sigh. You never opened the book again, but sometimes, when you passed it on the shelf, your hand would brush its edge as if checking for warmth. It wasn't hope that made you touch it. It was habit shaped into something softer, like the way you still hummed a tune you hadn't heard in 20 years, not because you liked it, but because forgetting felt like losing something you didn't know how to name. There was a coat you wore once on a trip you barely remember, the kind of trip where the train windows were fogged with breath, and the seat beside you held someone who never spoke, only nodded when you asked if they were going far. You didn't ask their name. You didn't ask yours aloud either. The coat had buttons made of dark horn, worn smooth from being fastened and unfastened too many times without thought. One button went missing in a bus station somewhere between dusk and dawn, and though you looked for it for 3 days, you never found it. Instead, you left the coat hanging behind you on a hook near a radiator that smelled like dust and boiled tea. You didn't take it back when you returned months later. The coat was still there, folded neatly, as if waiting, not for you, not even for someone else, but simply because coats, when left alone long enough, begin to remember how to be still. There was a pencil stub you found in the pocket of your school jacket one winter morning, years after you'd stopped writing letters by hand. It had been chewed slightly at the tip, as though held between teeth during moments of quiet worry. You didn't sharpen it. You didn't throw it away. You set it on your windowsill beside a small stone you picked up from a riverbank when you were 16 and still believed rivers remembered every hand that touched them. The pencil grew dusty. The stone gathered moss. Neither moved for years. You stopped noticing them until one evening, as the light faded, you saw how they cast 2 thin shadows on the wall, not aligned, not symmetrical, but both leaning slightly toward the same corner of the room, as if drawn by something invisible and patient. There was a song your mother used to whistle while making tea, though she never sang it properly. It was just 3 notes, repeated, rising then falling like breath held too long. You didn't know its name. You don't think she did either. You heard it every evening until the year you turned 14 and stopped listening. Years later, in a quiet room with no music playing, you found yourself humming those same 3 notes without meaning to. It wasn't memory that brought them back. It was silence, the kind that gathers around old things long after they've been forgotten by everyone else. You didn't try to find the song again. You let it come and go like fog through an open window. There was a chair you sat in every night before bed, its cushions worn down just enough to hold your shape when you leaned back with your eyes closed. You never fixed it. You never replaced it. It creaked differently now, lower in the left armrest, tighter near the back. And sometimes, on nights when the house was very still, you swore you could hear it sighing, not from age but from recognition, not as if it remembered you, but as if it remembered how to be empty and how to hold space for someone who might come back. The air is cooler now. Your breath slows further. The weight of your limbs settles deeper into the mattress, not because you are tired, but because you have stopped needing to prove that you are still here. You do not need to trace the path from then to now. You do not need to confirm whether the boy who loved those shoes, carried that key, sat in that chair, still lives inside you. You only need to feel how quiet it is now, and how in this quiet, nothing asks for your name. There was a scarf you wore once in late autumn. Thin wool dyed the color of dried violets, frayed at one end where it had caught on a branch as you walked home beneath trees shedding their last leaves. You didn't tie it tightly, never did, and it often slipped loose around your neck like an afterthought, half forgotten until the wind tugged it again. You lost it once, or thought you had, in a park where the grass was damp and the benches empty, except for an old man feeding pigeons with crusts of bread he kept folded in his coat pocket. You searched for 2 afternoons, retracing your steps beneath the same map of shadows that stretched longer each day. You never found it. But weeks later, when you pulled on a different coat, one you hadn't worn since spring, you felt something soft against your wrist. The scarf had slipped inside the lining without your knowing. It was clean now, though slightly smelled of earth and distant rain, as if it had been sleeping there all along, waiting for you to forget enough to let it breathe again. You never wore it after that, not because it reminded you of loss, but because it no longer felt like something you needed to hold. It simply existed in the drawer beside your gloves, folded with care, untouched by time or urgency. You stopped thinking about it until one morning when the light came through the curtains just so, and for a moment the fold of that scarf caught the glow like water holding sky. You didn't reach for it. You didn't need to. There was a book you read 3 times in a single summer, its spine cracked open at page 147, where the story turned quiet, not dramatic, not tragic, just still. A boy sat on a porch swing watching fireflies blink in the darkening yard. He didn't speak. No one else did either. The words weren't about him so much as they were about the space between his thoughts and the night around him. You read it once because you found it in a box of library books your aunt gave you before she moved away. You read it again because you woke up remembering the rhythm of those sentences, how they fell like stones dropped into still water without ripples. You read it a 3rd time because you couldn't tell if you were remembering the story or if the story was remembering you. You never wrote in the margins, never underlined anything. But when you opened it years later, there on page 147, your finger had left a faint impression, a dent in the paper where your thumb pressed down while turning the page over and over, as though trying to press the silence deeper into the fibers. There was a stone you carried for 5 months in your pocket, not because you believed it brought luck or held power, but because its weight felt like something you could trust. It wasn't special looking, gray, smooth from river water, shaped like an egg that had forgotten how to roll. You picked it up one afternoon after rain, while walking along a path you hadn't taken in years. The ground was soft beneath your boots, and the air smelled of wet bark and crushed mint. You slipped it into your coat without thinking. It stayed there through autumn rains, winter snows, spring storms. You didn't notice when you stopped feeling its presence, until one day you reached for it and found nothing but empty fabric. You looked back over that whole season in your mind, trying to recall the moment you lost it, or if you'd ever really had it at all. Maybe you dropped it on a bridge. Maybe a breeze took it while you slept. Maybe you never picked it up and only imagined its weight because you needed something small to hold on to when everything else felt too large. You didn't mourn it. You didn't replace it. But sometimes when your hand rests on the edge of the bed before sleep comes, you still feel for it, just once, like checking that a window is shut, even though you're certain it was never open. There was a lamp in the corner of your childhood room, the kind with a green glass shade, and a pull chain that made a soft click when you tugged it. You used to turn it on every night before bed, not because you needed light, but because the glow it cast spread slowly across the ceiling like melted honey. It didn't illuminate much, just enough to make shadows of your toys look less like things and more like quiet companions waiting for morning. One winter, when the power went out during a storm, you lit candles instead. The flame danced wildly on the walls, trembling as if afraid of its own brightness. You sat in the dark with only that flicker until sleep found you. When the lights came back on, you didn't turn the lamp on right away. You left it off for 3 nights just to see how the room would feel without its usual glow. On the 4th night, you pulled the chain. The light rose again. Same color, same shape, same slow spread, but something had changed. Not in the lamp, in you. You didn't know what. There was a pair of socks you wore every day for nearly 2 years, worn thin at the heels, stretched out at the toes, stained faintly with dirt from walks no one else remembered you taking. You never threw them away, not because they were valuable, but because they felt like part of your skin after a while, like calluses that had grown inward. One day, you noticed their color had faded to something softer than blue, a grayish haze, like mist over old grass. You didn't wash them again after that. You let them sit in the drawer until one morning, when you reached for clean ones. Your fingers brushed against them and paused. You didn't put them on, but you didn't throw them out either. You left them where they were, folded gently, as if they had earned a quiet place to rest. Not because they still served you, but because they once held you. The room is cooler now. Your breath has grown slower than the turning of pages in an unread book. You do not need to name what stayed or what slipped away. You do not need to trace where one version ended and another began. The coat remembers its hook. The stone remembers the river. The scarf remembers how it felt to be loose around a neck that no longer feels the same. And you are here, not as the boy who wore those socks or carried that stone or hummed that song without knowing why, but as the quiet space between each of these things and all the others you've forgotten even trying to keep. The air holds you now, not because you are still the same, but because you have learned how to be held, even when nothing claims you. There was a key you carried for years, not to open anything, not even something you remembered locking, but because it fit perfectly in the palm of your hand, its ridges worn smooth by friction against fabric and skin alike. You kept it in the same pocket of every jacket you owned, though none of those jackets still existed. It never clicked into a lock. It never turned. But sometimes, when you reached for change or coins, your fingers would brush against its shape and pause, not because you expected it to do anything, but because it reminded you that there had once been a time when holding something without using it felt like enough. You didn't know why you kept it. You didn't need to. The weight of it was less than the silence around it. Later, in another season, you began collecting buttons, small ones mostly, from coats long given away or lost in laundry piles that never quite returned their full contents. You gathered them into a tin box, not because they were beautiful, but because each had its own texture. One like cracked porcelain, another like warm wood, a third so thin it seemed to vanish when pressed between thumb and forefinger. You never sewed any of them back on. You didn't reattach them to anything. But you would sit with the box open on your lap sometimes, late at night, letting your fingers drift over their surfaces as if reading Braille for a language no one else had ever learned. One button, dark and slightly chipped, felt like the edge of a tooth you'd lost as a child, just the memory of pressure, not the pain. You didn't know which coat it came from. You didn't care. There was a book you never finished reading, left open on the windowsill where sunlight pooled each afternoon for exactly 23 minutes. The pages yellowed slowly, unevenly. The ones near the spine curled upward like petals, while those at the back stayed flat and stiff, untouched by light or breath. You turned the same page over and over again, not because you were stuck, but because that paragraph felt true in a way the rest never did. It didn't say anything grand, just that people change not all at once, but in small hesitations. When they pause before answering a question, when they reach for something familiar only to let their hand fall back empty. You never read past that page. You didn't need to. The book became less about the story and more about the space between your fingers and the paper, the quiet where meaning settled without being named. You used to keep stones in your pockets, not because you collected them, but because they were always there, picked up unconsciously on walks, slipped into fabric as if by habit. One was smooth as wet glass, cool even in summer heat. Another had a single white vein running through its center like a cracked promise. You never threw them away, but over time you stopped noticing them until one morning, reaching for your keys, your hand found only air where the stone should have been. You didn't look for it. You didn't feel loss. You simply noticed that the pocket had grown lighter, and that this lightness did not trouble you. There was a song hummed under your breath every evening for nearly 3 months, long after you'd forgotten its name or who sang it first. It never rose above a whisper, never filled a room. But when you were tired or lonely or just waiting for sleep to arrive, your lips would shape the notes without thought, as if the melody had learned how to breathe through you. You didn't record it. You didn't search for it online. You let it live only in the hollow behind your teeth and the quiet lift of your chest before exhaling. One day, you realized you hadn't hummed it in weeks, not because you stopped wanting to, but because something inside had settled into silence so gently that you didn't notice it was gone until you missed its absence. The drawer where you kept old letters never opened fully anymore. The wood had swollen with humidity and refused the pull. You stopped trying to force it. Sometimes when you passed by, your hand would rest on its edge, not to open it, not even to feel the grain, but just to remember that something had once been written there in ink that faded slower than names do. You didn't read them again. You didn't need to. The weight of paper under fingers is different from the weight of memory. One can be touched, the other only carried. There was a coat you wore every winter for 7 years, not because it kept you warm, but because its collar always smelled faintly of rain and distant pine, even after dry cleaning. You never knew where the scent came from. Maybe it clung to someone else's sleeve before yours. Maybe it had been there since the day you bought it, buried in the weave like a secret. One year you bought a new one, better made, thicker lining, waterproof seams. But when you wore it for the first time, you felt hollowed out, as if your body had forgotten how to hold warmth properly. You kept the old coat folded at the back of the closet. You didn't wear it again. But sometimes in dreams, you'd pull it on and feel the scent rise like mist around your neck, not strong enough to name, but enough to make you sigh. The air is still now, not silent, not empty, but full of things that no longer need to be held. The door doesn't have to stay shut for you to know it's closed. The lamp doesn't need to glow for you to remember its color. The socks don't need to fit to have once kept your feet warm. You are not the person who wore them or carried the key or hummed the song without knowing why. But you are here. Not because anything stayed, but because nothing had to. The night leans in closer now, soft as folded linen. There is no need to trace where you ended and began again. The quiet has already found its way inside. There was a book you never finished. Not because it lost its hold on you, but because one evening you set it down beside the lamp and forgot to pick it up again. The spine had cracked along the third chapter. The pages curled slightly at the edges from steam rising off your tea as you read. You didn't mark your place with a ribbon or a scrap of paper. You simply closed it where your fingers happened to rest, and let the weight of its silence become part of the room's rhythm. Months passed before you noticed it still sat there, untouched. When you finally reached for it again, the cover felt unfamiliar, not because it had changed, but because your hands no longer remembered how to hold it the way they once did. You opened it to a random page and read a sentence you'd never forgotten, though you couldn't recall ever having read it before. The words were clear, precise, almost tender in their phrasing, as if written for someone else entirely. You closed it again without turning another leaf. There was no urge to continue, no sense of loss, just the quiet understanding that some stories are not meant to be finished by the same person who began them. You kept a pair of gloves you never wore, not because they were too tight or worn thin, but because one winter morning, while pulling them on before stepping into the cold, you paused and realized your fingers no longer remembered how to feel the world through wool. The sensation had slipped away somewhere between childhood snowballs and adult commutes, replaced by the smoothness of phone screens and the dull pressure of steering wheels. You folded them neatly, placed them in the top drawer next to scarves that had lost their shape, and never thought of them again until you found them one rainy afternoon, tucked behind a stack of unread magazines. They smelled faintly of cedar from the closet liner and something else. Something like the breath of someone who used to tie your shoelaces when you were small. You didn't try them on. You didn't need to. The memory wasn't in the fabric. It was in the way your thumb brushed the seam without thinking, as if it still knew how to fit. There was a bench under an oak tree where you used to sit every Sunday for nearly 2 years. Not because you loved the view, there wasn't much to see, but because the wood held warmth long after the sun had moved on. You'd bring nothing with you. No book, no coffee, no phone. Just yourself and the slow shift of light across your lap as the hours passed. You never kept track of how many Sundays you sat there. You didn't mark them in a calendar or mention them to anyone. They simply accumulated like dust on windowsills, present but unnoticed until one day you realized you hadn't been for over 6 months. When you returned, the bench was gone. Someone had replaced it with a newer model, slimmer, painted gray, bolted firmly into concrete. You stood there for a long time, looking at where it used to be. The grass still grew in the same patchy way. The oak still leaned just slightly to the west. But the place where your body had settled so often was now only empty space. You didn't feel sad. You didn't feel anything but the breeze lifting the hem of your shirt. And for a moment, you wondered if it was always like this, that we carry places more than we ever sit in them. You used to write notes on napkins, small things, a line from a song half heard, the name of a street you liked the sound of, the way someone smiled when they thought no one was looking. You didn't save them. You didn't file them away or photograph them. You left them folded in pockets, tucked under plates, abandoned on cafe tables after the coffee had gone cold. Sometimes, years later, you'd find one, crumpled in a coat from another life, stained with syrup or rain, and for an instant you'd remember the exact temperature of that afternoon, the voice that said something ordinary and profound, the weight of your own thoughts as they formed on paper. You never kept them long enough to become keepsakes. They were meant to be temporary vessels, not monuments. And still, their absence now feels like a kind of silence you didn't know how to name until it was gone. There was a window you always woke up to, not because it faced the sunrise, but because its glass had a slight curve from age, and when morning light hit just right, it bent the shadows on your ceiling into shapes that looked almost like faces. You never tried to identify them. You didn't name them or assign meaning. They simply appeared each day, different every time, as if the house itself was dreaming in fragments. One winter, the window cracked along the lower edge after a sudden freeze. The repairman replaced it with a new pane, perfectly flat, perfectly clear. In the mornings now, the light falls straight and unaltered. No faces appear. No distortions linger. You still wake before dawn. Still lie there, eyes closed, waiting for something to rise from the dark. But the ceiling remains blank, and you find yourself wondering if it was never really the glass that made them appear, but your own quiet mind, learning how to see meaning in imperfection. The night is deeper now. The air doesn't move so much as settle, like flour sifted slowly over a bowl, each grain finding its place without hurry. You don't need to hold onto anything to be here. Not the coat, not the song, not the bench, not even the shape of your own name when spoken aloud in an empty room. The quiet doesn't demand loyalty. It only asks that you remain, not as someone who remembers, but as someone who is still listening. There was a train ride years ago where you sat beside a stranger who didn't speak and didn't look away. You both stared out the window for 3 hours. The landscape passed in slow motion, fields turning gold, bridges arcing over rivers, small towns blinking into view like half-remembered dreams. At one point, the train slowed to a crawl through a stretch of woods where mist clung low, and the trees leaned inward as if whispering. You didn't know the stranger's name. You never learned it. But when you stepped off at your stop, you felt strangely whole, not because you'd been understood, but because you hadn't needed to be. The silence between you had not been empty. It had been full of everything neither of you could say. You still ride trains sometimes. Always sit by the window. Always watch the land unfold. And when the mist rises again, or the light slants just so across the seats, you catch yourself smiling, not because you remember that person beside you, but because you can still feel how safe it was to share space without speaking. The darkness is not a void. It is a room with many doors, some open, some closed, others simply unlatched. You don't have to choose which one to walk through. Not tonight, not ever. You are still here, not as the same person you were, but as the quiet that remained after all the names were let go. There was a book you borrowed from someone who didn't want it back, not because they were careless, but because they had already lived inside its pages too many times to need them anymore. You read it slowly over weeks, turning each page with your thumb just below the corner, as if afraid the words might slip away if handled too roughly. It held no grand revelations, just ordinary observations about weather patterns in small towns, The way pigeons gathered on rooftops before rain, how a single misplaced spoon could make an entire kitchen feel abandoned. You underlined nothing. You didn't mark it to own it. But when you finished, you placed it back on their porch with a note that said only, "Thank you for letting me stay here." They never replied. You never asked if they read it again. Still, sometimes now, in the hush between breaths, you feel the texture of those pages beneath your fingers, not as memory, but as presence. Like the book is still open somewhere, waiting for someone else to sit with its quiet. You once walked through a garden at dusk where all the flowers had been cut, their stems left standing like slender sentinels in the fading light. The gardener told you they did it every autumn, not because the blooms were dying, but because leaving them would make the cold harder to bear. "It's not about beauty," she said. "It's about letting go before it becomes grief." You stood there for a long time watching the last of the sun catch on the bare stalks, how each one held its shape even after the color had left. There was no fragrance in the air anymore, no buzzing bees or fluttering wings, just stillness shaped by absence. That night, you dreamed of your hands holding nothing at all, and when you woke, your palms were empty, but your chest felt lighter than it had in years. There was a coat you wore for 7 winters, not because it was warm, but because the pocket held the shape of your left hand like a mold. You never put anything in it. No keys, no coins, no folded notes or receipts. It simply remembered how your fingers curled when you were cold. One spring, you washed it too hot and shrank it until the seams pulled tight against your shoulders. You tried to stretch it back. You hung it with weights. You steamed it for hours, but it never returned to its old form. Still, you kept it folded in the back of your closet, next to other things you no longer wore, not out of hope, but because letting it go felt like forgetting how you once moved through winter without asking why. You used to sit by a lake at dawn and watch the water ripple where the wind had passed, long after the breeze had stopped. The surface never stayed still. It didn't need to. Each tiny wave was its own small rebellion against silence. You never tried to catch the patterns or name them. You only watched until your eyelids grew heavy and the light began to soften into gray. Years later, you stood beside another lake, just as quiet, just as wide, and realized you didn't miss the old one at all. Not because it was gone, but because the act of watching had become part of you, not the place where it happened. The water remembered nothing. Neither did you. There was a pair of shoes you wore every day for nearly 2 years until the soles thinned to paper and the laces frayed into threads that curled like smoke. You didn't throw them out when they fell apart. You left them by the door, where they sat for months after you bought new ones, as if waiting for you to notice they were still there. One morning, you found a single leaf tucked inside the right shoe, yellowed, brittle, untouched by rain or wind since the day it slipped in. You didn't know how it got there. You never walked anywhere near trees that time of year, but you kept the leaf pressed flat between two sheets of paper, and for years afterward, whenever you passed a pair of old shoes on a sidewalk, you'd glance down, not to see if they were worn out, but to wonder whether something small and quiet had slipped inside them too. You once fell asleep beside someone who was not your lover, not your friend, not even someone you knew well, just a person who happened to be near when the night grew long and neither of you wanted to speak. You didn't touch. You didn't move closer or pull away. You simply existed in the same space, breathing slowly enough that after a while, your rhythms began to match, not perfectly, not on purpose, but as if the air between you had learned how to hold both of you at once. When you woke, they were gone. The bed was cold where they'd been, but for hours afterward, even in silence, you could still feel the warmth of their presence, not as a memory, but as a quiet residue, like the echo of footsteps on wood that lingers after everyone has left. There is a drawer in your dresser where you keep things you never use, buttons from shirts you've outgrown, a single earring with no match, a stone smoothed by river water you picked up without knowing why. You don't open it often. When you do, you don't sort or discard. You just let your fingers brush over each object as if they were sleeping and you didn't want to wake them. Sometimes you wonder what these things remember of you, not the stories you told about them, but the way your hand held them, the weight you gave them by simply keeping them close. They don't need an owner. They don't even need to be remembered. They only need to have been touched. The night has grown heavier now, not with pressure but with depth, like water filling a basin too slowly to notice until it reaches the brim. You are not trying to find yourself in any of this. You are not searching for what you lost or who you became. The quiet doesn't ask for identity. It asks only for presence. And presence does not require continuity. It requires only attention, however brief, however imperfect. You are still here. Not because your past holds you together, but because the dark has learned to hold you without asking questions. There was a coat you wore every winter for 7 years, not because it was warm or stylish, but because its collar had learned the shape of your chin, the way it curled slightly when you were thinking, the dip where your breath caught in the cold air. You never washed it after the first year. The scent of pine resin and distant smoke clung to the wool like a second skin. One evening, you hung it on the hook by the window and forgot about it for weeks. When you found it again, the lining had begun to unravel at the seam near the left pocket, and inside, folded small as a bird's nest, was a dried sprig of rosemary you didn't remember putting there. You didn't try to trace when or why. You simply let it stay, tucked away, until one spring day you wore the coat without thinking. And for the first time in years, you noticed how light it felt. Not because it had lost weight, but because you no longer needed its weight to feel grounded. You once sat on a bench beside a lake that didn't appear on any map, just a quiet curve of water between two stands of birch trees where no one else ever went. You hadn't planned to be there. You'd been walking without direction, and the path simply ended. The water was still enough to hold the sky whole, and for hours you watched it, the clouds moving like thoughts too slow to name. A single duck passed overhead once, its wings cutting the air in perfect silence. You didn't think about whether this place had existed before you arrived, or if it would vanish when you left. You only knew that when you stood to go, your shoes were damp from grass you hadn't noticed wetting them, and your fingers smelled faintly of earth and crushed mint from where you'd brushed against a patch beside the path. You didn't pick any. You never do. There was a book you read in fragments over 6 months. Never all at once. Always just a few pages before sleep. Sometimes only one sentence if the light was too dim or your mind too tired to hold more. It had no title on its spine, and you never learned the author's name. The ink had faded slightly along the edges of every page, as though someone else had held it longer than you, and their fingers had worn away what wasn't meant to last. One passage stayed with you. The door doesn't remember who turned the knob, only that it moved. You didn't understand it then. Now when you pass through any doorway, hallway, kitchen, bedroom, you pause just for a breath, not to think about yourself, but to notice how the air shifts on either side of the frame. The wood doesn't care whether it was you or someone else who crossed over. It only knows the motion. You kept a keyring with 3 keys that no longer opened anything. The first from an apartment you left before you knew what home meant. The second from a locker at a gym where you stopped going after your shoulder hurt too much to lift. The third from a drawer in a desk you never owned but once touched while helping someone clean out their mother's house. You didn't take it because you wanted it. You took it because for a moment, holding it felt like holding something that had been waiting. The metal is cool even now, though you haven't carried them with you in years. They sit on the windowsill beside your toothbrush, catching the morning light when the sun is low. You don't look at them often, but sometimes, when you're half asleep and the room holds its breath between one sigh and the next, you feel their weight, not in your hand but in the quiet space behind your ribs. There was a song you heard once on a radio that didn't belong to anyone. You were riding in a car with someone who wasn't speaking, and the station flickered between static and fragments of music, one chord hanging too long before vanishing. You couldn't name the instrument. It sounded like a cello played underwater. The melody never repeated. No lyrics came through. Yet for weeks afterward, whenever you closed your eyes in the dark, that single note would return, not as sound but as pressure, as if your bones remembered how to vibrate with something they'd only ever felt once. You never tried to find it again. You didn't need to. It had already found its way into the quiet between your breaths. You used to trace patterns on your bedroom wall at night with your fingertip. Just light circles, spirals, dots where the plaster cracked slightly in the shape of a leaf you once pressed between pages and forgotten. You didn't do it because you were bored. You did it because your skin needed to know it was still touching something. The wall never changed. Your hand never remembered where it had been. And yet each night when you closed your eyes, the pattern remained, not as a picture, but as a warmth, like the ghost of touch that lingers after someone has pulled away. There is a spoon you used to eat oatmeal with every morning for 3 winters running. It's bent now at the handle, not from misuse, but from being left too long in hot water one day, and then cooled too fast when you rinsed it under cold tap. The dent makes it sit unevenly on the saucer. You never replaced it. When you use it now, you hold it differently. Your thumb finds the curve where the metal gave way, as if your hand knows better than your mind what to do with something that's been changed. You don't think of it as broken. You think of it as shaped. You once woke in the middle of a dream that wasn't yours, not because you heard someone else speaking, but because the feeling inside your chest didn't match any memory you owned. It was a warmth like sunlight on stone after rain, and beneath it, a quiet hum, as if something deep within you had been singing for years and only now noticed it had stopped. You didn't try to name it. You didn't reach for anything. You simply let the feeling settle into your bones. And when you opened your eyes, the room was dark and the air still. You are not trying to hold onto any of this. The night doesn't ask you to be the same person who walked these rooms before. It only asks that you stay here, breathing, listening, present in the quiet where even memory no longer needs to belong to anyone. There is a scarf you wore one winter that never kept you warm, but somehow held the shape of someone else's silence. Soft wool, faded blue, frayed at one corner where it caught on a branch as you walked home beneath trees stripped bare by frost. You didn't know why you kept it folded in the back of your drawer, tucked between sweaters that no longer fit. It never smelled like anything but dust and time. Yet sometimes, when you pull the blanket higher just before sleep settles, your fingers brush against its edge as if drawn there by a rhythm older than thought. And for a moment, you are not yourself. You are simply the space where warmth used to live. There was a bench in a park you sat on every Sunday afternoon for 4 months straight, watching pigeons scatter like scattered thoughts when someone passed too close. You never read books there, never wrote anything down, just watched how the light changed across the grass, not fading, not brightening, but shifting its weight as if the earth itself were breathing beneath it. One day you noticed your shadow didn't quite match yours. It stretched longer than your body should allow, bending slightly at the waist where no joint existed. You looked down again. It was still there. You looked up. The sky had not moved. You did not mention it to anyone. No one else ever saw it. But for weeks after, whenever you sat on any bench, train station, garden, bus stop, you waited a little longer before standing, just in case the shadow remembered how to stretch. You used to keep a jar of buttons beside your bed, not because they were beautiful or rare, but because each one had been found somewhere strange. Under a car seat, caught in the hem of a coat left at a laundromat, tucked inside an old book you bought second-hand. You never knew who lost them, never tried to return them. They sat there like small stones from unknown rivers, smoothed by hands you would never meet, shaped by pockets and purse linings and forgotten coats. When you felt restless in the dark, you'd take one out, not to count them, not to sort them, but just to feel their edges against your palm until your breath slowed enough for sleep to find its way back. There is a hallway in an apartment you lived in once that never had a light switch. The bulbs burned out and no one ever replaced them. So at night, when the moon was high, you walked down it barefoot with your eyes closed, letting your fingers trace the wall as if reading Braille written by absence. You didn't do it to remember where things were. You did it because walking without sight made the dark feel less like a thing you had to fear, and more like something that simply waited for you to pass through. You once heard rain falling on glass while lying awake in a room that hadn't seen rain in weeks. The sound was clear, rhythmic, intimate, as if each drop had been placed there just for your ears. You opened your eyes. The window was dry. The sky outside held no clouds, but the rhythm stayed soft at first, then louder, not as noise but as vibration inside your chest, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to you and yet never stopped. There is an old keyring with 3 keys on it. You haven't opened anything in years with any of them. One fits a door long sealed shut behind drywall. Another opens nothing at all. Its teeth are worn smooth from turning too often in empty locks. The third has no name, no home, no purpose you can recall. You carry it still, not because you think you might need it someday, but because the weight of carrying something without knowing why feels like a kind of belonging. You used to write letters you never sent, on paper that smelled faintly of lavender from a sachet tucked in your drawer long ago. You wrote them late at night, when the house was still, and the clock ticked too loud for thoughts to settle. The words were always about small things. How the light fell on the kitchen counter one morning. What you noticed about the way someone laughed without opening their mouth. Why the scent of wet pavement after summer rain made your throat tighten in a way that had nothing to do with sadness. You never mailed them. They still sit bundled in an envelope beneath your mattress, untouched for years. But sometimes when sleep comes slow and the air is heavy with quiet, you feel them there, not as paper or ink, but as warmth pressed against your spine. There was a chair you sat in every evening just before dusk, carved from dark wood, its arms worn smooth by elbows that came back night after night without asking permission. The cushion had sunk unevenly over time, tilting slightly to the right, as if it remembered how often you leaned toward silence rather than speech. You never fixed it, never replaced it. When you sat there now, your body found the dip automatically, as though muscle memory had learned a language older than thought. You once dreamed you were holding someone's hand, but not yours and not theirs. It was just a hand, fingers slightly too long, nails untrimmed, palm warm but dry, and it felt like coming home even though you'd never seen its owner. You didn't try to look up, didn't speak, just held on while the world dissolved into gray fog around you. When you woke, your own hands were empty, but for hours after, you kept them folded in your lap as if waiting. There is a pair of socks you wore every day during one winter that turned thin at the heel and frayed at the toe, but never fell apart. You patched them once with thread from an old sewing kit, but it didn't hold long. Still, you wore them. They fit like skin after years of stretching to meet shape. Now they're folded in a box labeled "Things I Keep for No Reason." You haven't opened that box since the year before last. And yet sometimes, when the room is quiet and your breath has slowed into something deeper than sleep, you feel their softness still. Not on your feet, but somewhere behind your ribs, where warmth gathers when nothing else does. There was a coat you wore through 3 seasons without ever washing it, not because it was dirty, but because the scent of rain on wool had settled into its lining like a second skin. You didn't notice until spring, when the air turned sweet with blooming lilacs, and suddenly the smell of damp fabric no longer felt familiar. It felt like someone else's memory clinging to your shoulders. You hung it in the closet that night and left it there for months. When you finally pulled it out again, winter had returned, cold and quiet, and you slipped it on without thinking. The sleeves were too long now, the collar frayed at the edges, but it still fit the curve of your spine exactly as it had when you first bought it. You didn't remember buying it. You only remembered how it felt to walk through snow in it, how the wind would slip between the buttons and press against your ribs like a quiet question. You kept a notebook once, not for writing, but for pressing flowers between its pages. Each one was chosen not for beauty, but for how long it lasted after being pressed. A single petal from a dandelion that held its gold for weeks. A sprig of thyme that still released its scent when you turned the page. A leaf from a tree you couldn't name that turned brittle and brown but never crumbled. You didn't write dates or names beside them. You only remembered which ones had been gathered on mornings when your breath fogged the air and your fingers were numb with cold. Some of those pages are now faded so completely that the flowers have dissolved into faint stains, like tears dried too long to be recognized as such. You haven't opened the book in years, but sometimes, when the room is still and the light leans just right through the curtains, you catch a hint of something green and earthy, not quite memory, not quite scent, just a quiet pull towards something you once held gently between your fingers. There was a step on the back porch that always creaked, not loudly, but with a sound like a sigh caught halfway. You learned to step just beside it, avoiding the wood's voice, until one evening you didn't. You stepped right on it, and the house held its breath for a moment before releasing the noise into the dark. You stood there afterward, listening, as if the sound had been waiting for someone to finally hear it. The next day, you did it again, and then again. Not because you wanted to hear it, but because you wanted to know whether the house remembered that you stopped avoiding it. It never changed its tone, never grew louder or softer. It only waited, and when you stepped on it, it answered. You used to collect stones from beaches you visited once and never returned to, not for their shape or color, but for how they felt in your pocket, cool, smooth, unremarkable. You carried them home without thinking, placed them on the windowsill beside a chipped mug and a dried sprig of rosemary. They sat there for years, gathering dust, untouched by anything except the slow drift of sunlight across the sill. One morning you noticed one was gone. Not broken or thrown away, just absent, as if it had slipped out while you slept. You didn't look for it. You didn't wonder where it went. You only felt a quiet loosening in your chest, like something that had been tucked inside you had finally found its way back out. There is a blanket you wrapped around yourself the night you first cried without knowing why. It was thick, woolen, stitched with uneven seams, something someone else had made and given to you long before you understood what it meant to need comfort. You didn't wash it after that night. You didn't fold it neatly or store it away. You left it on the floor beside your bed for weeks, crumpled and warm from your body's weight. When you finally picked it up, it smelled of salt and silence. You took it with you when you moved, folded it into a suitcase without thinking, tucked it beneath shirts and socks as if it were ordinary laundry. It still lies at the bottom of that same box now, untouched since the last time you slept in that apartment. But sometimes, on nights when your thoughts move slow and your breath grows thin, you feel its weight, not on your lap or shoulders, but somewhere deeper, like a second skeleton holding you together. You once walked for 3 hours with no destination, just to see how long you could carry the feeling of being lost without needing to find your way back. The sky turned from blue to gray as you moved through neighborhoods you'd never seen before. You passed houses with curtains drawn tight, trees whose names you didn't know, a dog barking once in the distance, then falling silent. You didn't think about where you were going or how to return. You only noticed how your shoes grew heavy and how your breath matched the rhythm of your footsteps, not as effort but as echo. When you finally turned around, you realized you'd been walking toward a place you'd passed earlier, the same bench under the same tree. But it didn't feel like returning. It felt like arriving somewhere you had always known without naming it. There is a cup you drank from every morning for 6 months, chipped at the rim, handle slightly loose, glaze worn thin where your thumb rested. You never replaced it, even when it began to leak. You held it carefully, pressing your palm against the crack as if you could seal it with warmth alone. One day it slipped from your fingers and shattered on the tile. You didn't sweep it up right away. You sat on the floor for a long time, watching the pieces catch the light, each shard reflecting something different. The ceiling, the window, your own blurred face. When you finally cleaned it up, you kept one piece, the smallest, with just a sliver of blue from the glaze still intact. It sits now in a drawer beside a button that fell off a coat and a dried petal from a flower you never knew the name of. You sleep now with your hands folded beneath your cheek, as if even in rest you are holding something tender, something small enough to fit inside the curve of your palm, and yet heavy enough to anchor you when the world feels like it's drifting away. You don't need to know what it is. You never did. The quiet doesn't ask for answers. It only asks that you stay near enough to feel its weight. There is a key you carried for years without ever using it, tied to a frayed ribbon, tucked into the inside pocket of a coat you haven't worn since winter turned quiet. You forgot it was there until one day, reaching for gloves, your fingers brushed against something small and cool, something that hadn't moved in years. The lock it belonged to had been changed long before you stopped noticing the weight of it against your ribs. You never lost the key, but you also never found the door again. It didn't matter then. It doesn't now. You held it once between thumb and forefinger under a street lamp, watching how the metal caught the yellow glow, not as something broken or missing, but as something that had simply finished its purpose without ever announcing it. You walked through an empty house one afternoon, not yours, not anyone's you knew, just a place left open by someone who had moved on without locking anything behind them. The floors creaked in places you didn't expect. The air smelled of dust and old paper. The windows let in light that pooled like water on the carpet. You didn't touch anything. You only stood in each room long enough to feel how it held stillness, not as absence but as presence. A chair sat crooked near a window, its cushion sunken where someone had spent hours reading. The book was gone, but the indentation remained. You wondered if the person who sat there still remembered the shape of their own body in that seat, or if they'd forgotten it long before the house grew quiet. There is a song you heard once on a radio left open in a car parked outside a hospital. You didn't know the artist, didn't catch the title, but the melody slipped into your chest and stayed. You never sought it out again. It came to you sometimes in dreams, always incomplete, always just beyond reach, like a word you almost said aloud. You didn't try to name it. You didn't need to. It was enough that it lived inside you as sound without meaning, tone without memory, something your bones remembered before your mind did. You slept with the window cracked open one summer night when the air smelled of rain that never came. The curtains moved slowly, like breath held too long. You woke once in the dark and didn't move. You listened to the silence between the crickets, not as noise waiting to be filled, but as a kind of listening itself. In that stillness, you felt your body not as yours alone, but as something borrowed, something that had been shaped by hours of warmth, by hands that held you before you knew how to hold yourself. There is a coat you wore for 3 winters, the collar worn smooth from leaning against your own shoulder, the hem frayed where it brushed the pavement. You didn't mend it. You didn't replace it. You let it grow thin with time until one morning you pulled it on and realized it no longer fit. Not because you had changed size, but because the way you moved through the world had grown quieter. The coat still hangs in your closet, its shape unchanged, its weight unchanged, though now it holds nothing but air. You stood once on a bridge at dawn, watching fog rise from the river below, swallowing the stones and the railings until only the sky remained visible. You didn't think about how far you'd come or where you were headed. You only noticed how your breath moved in time with the mist, not as something you controlled, but as something that carried you along. The cold seeped into your gloves, your ears, your eyelashes. You stayed until your fingers went numb. And when you turned to leave, you didn't feel like someone who had been waiting for something. You felt like someone who had simply remembered how to be still. There is a chair in the corner of a room you haven't entered in years. It faces a window that doesn't open anymore. The cushion has faded to gray. No one sits there now. But sometimes, when you close your eyes and let your thoughts drift slow, you feel yourself sinking into it. Not because you remember sitting there, but because something inside you still knows how to settle. You don't need to find the door. You don't need to name the song. You don't need to mend the coat or restore the chair. The quiet doesn't ask for ownership. It only asks that you remain near enough to feel the shape of what was, even if it no longer fits your hands. The room grows darker now. Your breath slows. There is a warmth beneath your ribs, not from memory, not from thought, but from simply being here still, as the night holds you gently as it has always done. There is a pencil you used to sketch the outline of a tree on the inside cover of a notebook. Its lines faint now, barely more than pressure in the paper's grain. You didn't erase it. You didn't draw over it. It stayed there, half forgotten, while other pages filled with lists, dates, names that no longer mattered. When you opened the book again years later, the graphite had smudged into something softer, less like a drawing and more like a breath pressed against the page. You wondered if the hand that made it still knew how to hold weight the same way. You didn't compare the lines. You didn't measure the angle of the branches. You only noticed how the paper remembered the touch, even when your fingers had forgotten the motion. There is a door you passed through every morning for 7 years, its hinge squeaking just once as it swung inward. Not loud enough to wake anyone, but clear enough that you came to recognize it like a heartbeat in the quiet of dawn. You never greased it. You never fixed it. It kept singing its small song, and over time, your feet learned to pause half a second before stepping through, not out of habit, but because something inside you needed the sound to confirm you were still moving forward. One morning, the hinge fell silent. The door opened without resistance. You stood there for a long moment, hand on the knob, waiting for the note that never came. You didn't replace it. You didn't call anyone. You just kept walking through, now and then, as if the silence had always been part of the rhythm. There is a cup you drank tea from one winter evening when the fire had burned low and your hands were too cold to feel the warmth. The ceramic was cracked along the rim, barely visible unless you held it up to the light, and the glaze had chipped in two places, each like a tiny moon crater. You kept using it anyway. You didn't tape it. You didn't hide it. It lived on the shelf beside others that were whole, and somehow its imperfection made it easier to hold. One day you reached for it and found it gone, cleaned away, packed off, given to someone else without notice. You didn't look for it. You didn't mourn it. But sometimes, when your fingers brush against a warm surface in the dark, you pause, not because you think it's still there, but because something inside you still remembers how the crack felt beneath your thumb. There is a path through the woods behind an old house you visited once as a child, long before you knew the names of trees or the sound of your own footsteps. The ground was soft with moss and fallen needles, and the air smelled like damp earth and something sweet. Pine resin, maybe, or wild berries crushed underfoot. You walked slowly that day, not because you were afraid, but because everything seemed to breathe around you, and you didn't want to disturb it. You turned back once, just before leaving, and saw your footprints behind you, not deep, not clear, but there, fading already into the green. You didn't mark them. You didn't try to return. Years later, when you walked through a different forest under a different sky, your feet moved in the same rhythm. You didn't realize it until you stopped and listened. The silence between each step was exactly as it had been then. Longer than you expected, quieter than you remembered. There is a songbird you heard on the edge of sleep one spring morning, its call sharp and sudden, like a needle pulling thread through cloth. You didn't open your eyes. You didn't search for it. It came again, twice more, each time from a different direction, east, then west, then high above the roof. And you let it move around you like wind through curtains. You didn't try to name it. You didn't wonder if it was the same bird or one that had simply learned its voice from another. By noon, it was gone. But for weeks after, whenever the air still held the last warmth of daylight, you would hear it, not in your ears, but behind your eyelids. A single note, brief and bright, slipping through the dark like a spark. There is a coat you found folded on a shelf in your parents' attic, its buttons missing, one sleeve torn at the cuff. You didn't try it on. You didn't dust it off. You only remembered how it smelled: old wool, camphor, and something faintly of pipe smoke, though your father never smoked. You held it for a long time, letting the weight settle into your arms, wondering if you were remembering the coat or the person who wore it. You didn't keep it. You didn't throw it away. You left it where you found it. But sometimes, when you pull a sweater over your head in the cold, you catch yourself holding your breath just slightly, as if expecting to feel something that isn't there. There is a window you used to watch rain from late at night, when the streetlights turned the drops into silver threads and the world outside seemed to hold its breath. You didn't touch the glass. You didn't press your forehead against it. You only sat in the chair beside it, listening to the rhythm of water on metal, on leaves, on pavement. Each drop a small collapse, each silence between them a pause that felt like waiting. One night you realized you weren't watching the rain at all. You were watching how the light caught the wet edges of your own eyelashes. You didn't move. You didn't blink. And when the storm passed, you didn't feel as though it had ended. You felt as though it had simply become part of you. The quiet, the coolness, the slow dripping, carried inside like a secret no one ever asked you to tell. The room is darker now. The weight on your chest has softened into something quieter than breath. You don't need to know if the boy who drew that tree still lives in you. You don't need to find the bird or fix the hinge or name the smell of that coat. The quiet doesn't ask for proof. It only asks that you stay near enough to feel the echo, not as memory, not as claim, but as a kind of presence, gentle and unclaimed, like dust settling in sunbeams you can no longer see. There is a pair of gloves you wore once in winter, thin wool, the kind that frays at the fingertips after too many winters, and you never noticed until one morning you reached for them and found only half a thumb left on the right hand. You didn't replace them. You didn't mend them. You simply stopped wearing gloves that season, letting your fingers go bare in the cold air, feeling each gust as if it were something new, not painful, not harsh, but present, like the touch of someone who had learned to be quiet around you. Later, when you found another pair just like them at a thrift store, you held them in your hands and let their weight settle, knowing they would never feel the same. You didn't buy them. You left them on the shelf, folded neatly beside a scarf with no matching end. The cold still comes every year. Your fingers still move the way they did then, slightly slower, slightly more careful, as if remembering how to hold something that slipped away without sound. There is a book you opened once in a borrowed apartment, its spine cracked and pages loose at the edges, filled with pencil notes in a hand you didn't recognize, looping cursive that curled around margins like vines. You didn't read it cover to cover. You only flipped through it slowly, letting your eyes land on phrases half erased, underlined twice, crossed out once, then circled again. One passage caught you, not because of its meaning, but because the ink had faded where someone's thumb had pressed too long against the page, leaving a faint smudge that looked like a tear made by heat rather than sorrow. You didn't try to guess who wrote it. You didn't wonder if they were still alive or if they ever returned to this book after you left it on the table beside the lamp. You closed it gently and placed it back where you found it, between two other books with no titles visible. The next time you passed that apartment, the door was locked. No one answered when you knocked. The window was open a crack. A breeze moved the curtains just enough to make you think someone had been there moments before, or maybe not at all. There is a chair you sat in for hours one autumn afternoon, watching light move across the floor like water flowing backward through time. It didn't have arms. Its legs were uneven. One had been repaired with twine and glue long ago and still held. You didn't notice any of this until you stood up to leave, and then you noticed everything. The way your back remembered the angle of its curve. The way your weight settled into the space where someone else's body had once pressed just as deeply. You didn't sit there again. But for weeks, when you passed by empty chairs in cafes or waiting rooms, you would pause, just a breath, and let yourself imagine how it felt to be still inside that shape, even if no one was there anymore. The chair never asked for your attention. It only held the space where you had been, and then let go. There is a song you heard once on an old radio, static thick between notes, the singer's voice barely louder than the hum of the machine itself. You didn't know the title. You didn't catch the words clearly, only fragments. The road that doesn't end. A name no one remembers. Light that stays even when you close your eyes. You turned it off after 3 minutes. But for months afterward, whenever the air grew still at dusk, when the wind paused and the world seemed to lean forward, you would hear it again. Not from any speaker, but inside the hollow behind your ears, as if the song had learned to live there on its own. You didn't try to find it. You didn't search for recordings or lyrics or artists. You let it come when it came, soft, incomplete, always just beyond reach. And you let it go before it could become yours. There is a door you passed every morning without opening, its handle worn smooth by countless hands that never turned it all the way. You knew what was behind it, the hallway, the stairs, the room with the window that caught the first light. But you didn't need to enter. The thought of stepping through wasn't curiosity or longing. It was simply a quiet certainty that the door had always been there and would always remain closed, not because something was hidden, but because some things are meant only to be known as thresholds. You didn't wonder what might happen if you opened it. You didn't imagine what lay beyond. You only felt the air shift slightly when you walked past, cooler, lighter, as if the space on the other side had been holding its breath for someone who never came. The room is quieter now. The weight has moved from your chest to your limbs, slow as honey settling in a jar left undisturbed. Your fingers no longer twitch. Your thoughts no longer gather shape. There is no need to trace which part of you belongs to the boy who watched rain on glass, or the man who held the coat without wearing it, or the one who heard the song that never had a name. You are not asking whether they still live in you. You are simply here, breathing, softening, dissolving slightly into the dark, and somewhere deep and quiet, something remembers how to be still without needing to say why. A spoon rests on the edge of a bowl you haven't touched in years. The glaze is chipped near the handle, where your thumb once pressed too hard one morning when you were tired and didn't want to think about anything at all. You never cleaned it. You never threw it away. It sits now beside an empty cup, both gathering dust that moves only with the breath of the room. The spoon doesn't wait for you. It doesn't expect to be used again. But if you were to reach out now, just slightly, you would feel its weight as clearly as you felt the coat in the attic, or the gloves in the winter air, or the chair that held someone else's silence before yours. You don't need to decide whether it is still yours. The dark isn't asking for an answer. It only asks that you stay near enough to feel the shape of what was held. A key hangs from a nail behind the kitchen door, its teeth worn thin where it turned in the lock so many times you stopped counting. You don't remember which drawer it opened. Maybe the one with the mismatched tea towels, or the one that stuck when the humidity rose. It never belonged to anyone else. No name was ever carved into the metal. No note was ever pinned beside it. Yet for years, you would reach for it without thinking, just to feel its coolness against your palm before letting go again. You didn't need to unlock anything. The act of lifting it, that small shift in gravity, was enough. Now the nail is rusted, and the key doesn't move when you touch it. But if you close your eyes and let your hand hover where it once hung, you still feel the weight as it was before you learned not to trust memory to hold things steady. There was a book you found in a drawer of a desk you didn't know belonged to you. The spine was cracked along its length. The cover faded to something between gray and blue, like dawn over water that's been stirred too long. You opened it once, just once, and read 2 pages before setting it down again. No names appeared on the title page. No dates marked when it was written or bought. The handwriting inside was yours, you thought, though you didn't recognize the phrasing, the way sentences curled around silence like smoke around a candle. You didn't try to understand what was said. You only noticed how the ink had begun to blur in places, as if someone had pressed their forehead against the page while it dried. You closed it gently and returned it to the drawer without thinking twice. Later, you forgot where the drawer was. But sometimes, when the house is very still and the light falls just right across the floorboards, you feel a quiet tug, not toward memory, but toward the space where something once waited quietly to be left alone. A pair of socks lies folded on the windowsill inside a closet you haven't opened in years. They're not yours, you know that now, but they fit your feet perfectly when you slipped them on one rainy afternoon long ago because yours were wet and you didn't want to walk barefoot across the cold tiles. You wore them once, then hung them there by habit, as if expecting someone else to claim them. No one ever did. The wool has softened with time, stretched thin at the heels where your toes pressed too hard in sleep. They don't smell like anything anymore. Not soap, not dust, not rain. But when you pass the closet and the door is slightly ajar, you catch yourself pausing just long enough to notice their shape against the dim light inside. You don't wonder why they're still there. You don't ask who left them. The only thing that remains is the quiet certainty that those socks were never meant to be worn again. And yet, in some way, they still are. A chair stands beside a lamp you never turned on after midnight. It's not broken. It doesn't creak or lean. It simply holds space where someone once sat and read until their eyes grew heavy and the words blurred into shapes that had nothing to do with meaning. You've sat in it yourself more than once, though you can't recall what you were thinking then. The cushion has sunk slightly on one side, not enough for anyone else to notice. But when you press your palm there now, you feel the indentation as if it remembers how long you stayed, how slowly your breath slowed, how the silence became not empty but full with something too quiet to name. You never moved the chair. You never replaced the lamp. The room still waits, though no one has sat in it for years. And still, when the wind shifts and the curtains stir without reason, you feel as if someone is breathing just behind you, not watching, not waiting, but simply present, like a thought that stopped needing to be finished. You once kept a stone in your pocket for 3 winters. It was smooth from river water, gray with flecks of white, no larger than your thumb. You didn't pick it up because it was beautiful or meaningful. You picked it up because you were walking and your hand was empty and the ground had something to offer. You carried it everywhere, not because you loved it, but because forgetting it felt like losing something you hadn't yet named. You never looked at it closely. You never cleaned it. You didn't even know where you'd found it. One morning in spring, you reached into your coat and it was gone without notice, as if it had slipped out while you slept or melted into the lining like frost on glass. You didn't search for it. You didn't feel loss. Only a quiet space where something small and solid had been and now wasn't. And still, when you walk near water, if the light is low and the air is cool, you sometimes stop, just for a breath, as if expecting to find another one waiting. A window in your childhood home was never opened after your mother passed. You didn't lock it. You didn't tape it shut. It simply stayed closed, not because you feared what might come through, but because something inside you refused to let the air change again. The glass grew dusty over time and the frame swelled slightly with humidity. You could still see out, barely. But the world beyond was always blurred, as if seen through a film of old tears. You never wiped it clean. You never closed the curtains. For years, you passed it every day without looking. Then one winter morning, when the frost had painted intricate patterns across its surface, and the sun rose just right to make them glow like lace, you stood before it for longer than you meant to, and you realized you weren't seeing the outside world at all. You were seeing your own reflection, faint and broken into fragments, each piece holding a version of yourself that no longer walked through the house but still lived in the quiet where light touched glass. You don't need to decide whether any of these things belong to you now or ever did. The key doesn't ask for a lock. The book doesn't demand to be read again. The socks aren't waiting to be worn. The chair doesn't miss your weight. The stone has no memory of your palm, and the window doesn't care if you look through it or not. The room is darker now and quieter than before, not because anything left, but because the need to hold on has begun to loosen its grip, slowly, like a hand that forgets why it was clenched in the first place. Your breath moves more easily. Your shoulders have lowered without your noticing. Somewhere far away from thought, there is still a song you never learned the words to, but you're not trying to remember them anymore. You are simply here. And whatever was yours, whatever still is, has learned how to rest without being claimed. You used to keep a pair of gloves in the back of your closet, one finger torn loose from the wool, the left one missing its thumb stall. You never mended them. You didn't throw them away. They simply became part of the space behind hanging coats, tucked beneath scarves you no longer wore, their edges softened by time and silence. You'd open the door sometimes, on a day when the air was thick with rain or the kind of stillness that comes before snow, and your hand would brush against them without thinking. You never pulled them out. You never put them on again. But you knew they were there not as objects you owned, but as things that had learned to wait. They didn't ask for use. They didn't remember the cold they once kept away. And still, when your fingers feel too bare in winter, when the wind slips between knuckles like a question no one asked, you pause, not with longing, not with regret, but with the quiet recognition that some things stay not because they are needed, but because they were once held. There was a bench beneath an old oak near the edge of the park where you used to sit after work. You never brought a book. You never wrote in a journal. You just sat, watching the light move across the grass, sometimes for hours, sometimes only long enough to let your breath settle into something slower than your thoughts. One autumn, the leaves fell so thickly that they buried the bench entirely under a quilt of gold and rust. You didn't clear them away. You sat on top of them instead, letting the brittle edges crackle beneath you as if the earth itself were whispering in dry voices. That winter, when the snow came early and deep, no one else remembered the bench was there, not even the groundskeeper. But you did. And every morning before sunrise, you walk past it without looking, knowing it still waited under the weight of ice and silence, its wood holding the shape of your back though you hadn't sat on it in months. You never went back to sit again. You didn't need to. The bench had become less a place than an echo, a quiet form that remained even when no one filled it. You once wrote letters to someone who never read them, not because they were angry or absent, but because you needed to say things aloud without waiting for an answer. You folded each one carefully, sealed them in envelopes with stamps you collected from old post offices, and tucked them into a shoebox beneath your bed. You didn't write dates on the corners. You didn't number them. Some were full of joy, others heavy with silence, a few just lists. What you ate for breakfast, what song played when you woke up, how the cat stretched in the sun that afternoon. You never sent one. You never read any again after writing them. But on nights when your mind refused to quiet, you'd lie still and imagine opening the box, pulling out a letter at random, reading it as if for the first time, as though someone else had written it, someone who knew you better than you did then. You didn't need to know what they said. You only needed to believe that somewhere in another version of your life, those words had been received, and that was enough. There was a lamp on your nightstand that never turned off completely. Even when you unplugged it, the filament still glowed faintly for minutes after, just enough to cast a pale halo on the ceiling, like the last breath of daylight caught in glass. You stopped checking if it was truly dark anymore. You let the glow stay. It didn't hurt your eyes. It didn't distract you. It simply existed as a quiet companion, something that remembered how to shine even when no one asked it to. One night, you noticed the cord had frayed near the plug. Bare threads of copper curled like vines against the baseboard. You didn't replace it. You didn't tape it. You just moved the lamp slightly so the wires lay flat and unseen, as if the darkness itself were tending to them. And now, when you wake in the dark, you sometimes feel that soft light still there. Not because it's on, but because you've learned to trust that some things glow even when they're unplugged. You used to collect buttons, small ones mostly, from coats and shirts you no longer wore. Not because you liked them, not because they were pretty, but because each one had been loose at one time or another, forgotten in a pocket, dropped on the floor of a bus, rolled under a chair in a cafe. You picked them up without thinking, like pebbles, like fallen leaves. You kept them in a tin that sat beside your toothbrush. Over years, they piled up, mother of pearl, plastic cracked with age, brass dulled by sweat, ceramic painted with tiny flowers you could barely see. You never sewed them back on. You never arranged them into patterns. You didn't even count how many there were. But sometimes, when your hands are cold and still, you'll open the tin and let a few spill into your palm, not to admire them, not to remember where they came from, but simply because their weight is familiar, like the shape of an old key that no longer fits any lock but still feels right in your hand. The rain last week fell differently than it used to. Not heavier, not colder, just slower, as if each drop had learned patience. You stood beneath the awning of a grocery store, waiting for the storm to thin, watching how they landed, not with splash or drum, but with a quiet press against pavement, against leaves, against the hood of your coat. You didn't move. You didn't hurry. And when you finally walked out into it, you let yourself get damp. Not because you wanted to feel alive, not because you were trying to remember something, just because the wetness felt like a gentle hand on your shoulder, reminding you that some things don't need to be held to matter. You've stopped wondering whether the person who sat on that bench still exists in you, whether the gloves ever belonged to anyone at all, whether the letters were ever truly yours, or if they were simply what your silence learned to say when it had no one else to speak for. The lamp still glows faintly sometimes, even unplugged. The buttons still rattle softly in their tin. The window remains closed, and you're here, not because you've held on, but because you stopped needing to let go. The night is deeper now. Your breath moves like water over smooth stone. There's no need to name what stays. No need to claim it. It's already resting. You remember the scarf you wore every winter for 7 years. Not because it was warm, not because it was soft, but because the fringe had unraveled just enough to catch on doorknobs and coat hooks in a way that made you pause each time, as if something were tugging gently at your sleeve. You never fixed it. You let the threads hang loose, like fingers reaching for nothing. One morning, you woke with it draped over your shoulders without recalling how it got there. The color had faded to something between gray and memory, and the scent of cedar from an old closet still clung to it, faint as a half-remembered song. You didn't wear it again after that. Not because it was worn out, but because you realized you no longer needed to hold it to feel its presence. It remained folded in the drawer beneath sweaters you never put on. And sometimes when you opened the drawer by accident, you'd catch a whisper of cedar and think, "That's still here, though I don't reach for it anymore." There was the book you read slowly over 3 winters, turning pages with your thumb as if afraid to rush what had taken so long to settle into you. You never underlined anything, never wrote in the margins. You let the words rest where they landed like snow on a roof. One night, you opened it again, years later, and found a single pressed leaf tucked between chapters 7 and 8. You didn't remember putting it there. You didn't know what plant it came from. It was brittle now, its veins like lace made of dust. You closed the book without moving it. You didn't try to trace where the leaf had been before you found it. You only wondered if it had always been there, waiting for you to notice it when you were ready to stop looking. You used to walk past a bench in the park every evening, even when it rained. Not because you sat on it, not because you watched the ducks or read or waited for anyone, but because the wood had worn smooth where others had rested, and your hand would brush against its edge as you passed, just once, always at the same step. You never spoke to the bench. It never spoke back. But after a while, you noticed that when you missed your usual turn, when you took another path for no reason, the air felt different. Lighter, somehow, or thinner, like the space beside you had gone quiet without you noticing it was speaking. The teacup you drank from every morning had a chip on its rim, small, almost invisible unless you held it to the light. You didn't notice it at first. Then one day you realized your thumb always found it just before you lifted the cup. You didn't try to mend it. You didn't replace it. It became part of how you drank, not a flaw, not a reminder, but a texture in the rhythm of your hands. One morning, you set it down too hard and the chip flaked further. You stared at it for a long time. Then you poured tea anyway. The heat still warmed your fingers. The steam still curled toward the ceiling. The taste was unchanged. You kept the ticket stub from the train ride you took alone when you were 23. Not because you wanted to remember where you went, but because the paper had softened over time, its edges curling like petals left in a book too long. You never looked at the date, never checked the destination. You just held it sometimes between your fingers while waiting for the kettle to boil, letting its thinness remind you that some things are carried not as proof, but as weightless companions. The window in your bedroom still has the crack running from top left to bottom right. You never had it repaired. It doesn't let in cold, doesn't rattle when the wind comes up. But sometimes when the afternoon sun slants just so, the light fractures along its line and paints a thin silver stripe across the floor. You don't move your chair to catch it. You don't block it with curtains. You only notice it when you're quiet long enough to see how slowly it moves. You stopped keeping track of which memories felt like yours and which felt borrowed, like clothes left behind in a guest room, worn once, never returned, but still smelling faintly of someone else's soap. You no longer asked if they belonged to you. You only wondered whether belonging ever mattered at all. The candle you lit on nights when the house was too quiet had burned down so far that the wax pooled around its base like a frozen lake. The wick had shorted twice, but you never trimmed it. Each time you relit it, the flame rose differently, sometimes tall and steady, sometimes trembling as if unsure of its own shape. You didn't mind. You let it burn until there was nothing left but glass and shadow. You don't know what you'll wake up remembering tomorrow. You don't need to. The air in this room still holds the warmth of all the breaths that came before. The silence still remembers your name, even if you've stopped saying it out loud. The night has grown deeper than any thought can reach now. Your hands are still. Your thoughts have slowed into something softer, like dust settling after a long walk. You don't need to hold on. You never did. You're already where you've always been. The old coat you wore through 3 winters still hangs in the closet. Its shoulders stretched where your arms once rested. The lining frayed along the seam where you'd pull it tight against the wind. You haven't worn it in years, not because it no longer fits, but because you forgot how cold felt when you were inside it. One evening, you opened the door to retrieve something else and caught the scent of rain on wool, faint as a breath held too long. You didn't try to remember where you'd been that winter, or who you were walking beside, if anyone at all. The coat simply stood there, quiet in its own shape, waiting for nothing. You closed the door again without taking it down. There was a book on your nightstand once, thick, bound in faded cloth, pages yellowed not by age but by how often they turned. You read it slowly, one chapter per evening, never skipping ahead, never rereading what you'd already finished. The story didn't matter to you, not the plot, not the characters' names, not even the ending you half remembered now. What stayed was the way your fingers traced the edge of each page as you turned it, how the paper sighed when lifted, how the spine cracked open like a tired joint after so many uses. One morning, you opened it to find a single leaf pressed between pages 34 and 35. A maple, brittle at the edges, its veins still visible like tiny rivers dried to dust. You didn't know where it came from. You didn't wonder if you'd placed it there. You closed the book again and left it on the shelf. The keychain you carried for nearly a decade had 3 keys on it, one for the apartment door, one for the drawer in your desk, one for a lock that no longer existed. The third key never opened anything. You kept it because its weight was familiar, because when you jingled them together in your pocket, the sound made something inside you pause, just for a heartbeat, for no reason you could name. One day, the drawer key broke. You didn't replace it. You stopped using the drawer anyway. The apartment key still turned smoothly. The third key remained, useless and unclaimed, rattling faintly against the others as you walked. You used to sit by the window in winter and watch the frost form on the glass, not in patterns, not in shapes, but in slow, quiet spreading, like ink bleeding through paper that had been dampened too long. You never tried to trace it with your finger, never blew on it to make it melt. You just watched until your breath fogged the pain and you couldn't tell where the frost ended and your own warmth began. That was enough. There's a stone in your coat pocket now, small and smooth from years of movement. You don't remember picking it up. You don't know where it came from, only that it rests against your hip when you walk, cool even on warm days, and sometimes when you're standing still, you feel its weight as if it's remembering something for you. You never look at it. You don't need to. It doesn't ask you anything. The clock in the hallway hasn't ticked since last spring. The battery died quietly without a final click or flicker. You didn't replace it. Time still passed. Morning came, evening followed. The light changed its angle on the floorboards as always. You stopped checking your watch after that. There was no rush to be anywhere. No need to measure what had already happened. You used to keep a jar of buttons on the shelf above the sink. Not for sewing, not for fixing anything, but because each one felt different in your palm. Some heavy, some hollow, some smooth as river stones, others rough with tiny ridges. You'd pull them out sometimes when you were waiting for tea, for rain to stop, for sleep to come, and let them roll between your fingers like beads on a string that had lost its thread. One by one, they disappeared, not lost, not thrown away, but simply no longer called to be held. The jar is half empty now. You haven't added any new ones. The blanket you pulled over yourself as a child still exists, folded at the foot of your bed, tucked under a pillow so it won't slip off the edge. It's too thin for winter now, its edges worn through in places where your feet used to kick against it. You never washed it after that last time you cried into it. The smell is gone now. The color has faded. But when you touch it, just once a month or so, something in your chest still softens. Not because you remember the moment, but because you feel the shape of forgetting. The train station you used to wait at no longer exists. The platform was torn down last year. A cafe sits there now, bright and loud, with tables on the sidewalk and music drifting into the street. You passed by yesterday. You didn't stop. You didn't need to. You remembered how the benches had been painted green, how the air smelled of wet concrete and distant coffee, how you'd stare at the tracks until the rumble came, not loud, not sudden, but like the earth itself was breathing in before it exhaled. You still know the rhythm of that sound. The lamp on your desk has a crooked shade, tilted just enough that the light leans to one side when it's on. You've never straightened it. It doesn't bother you. Sometimes, at night, when the room is dark and the only glow comes from its dim bulb, the shadow it casts across the wall looks like the silhouette of someone sitting beside you. Not a person you knew, not a face you remember, but a presence that never left, even after you stopped noticing. You don't need to call it yours. The silence in this room doesn't demand anything of you. It holds everything gently. The weight of your hands resting on the sheets, the slow rise and fall beneath your ribs, the memory of warmth that no longer belongs to any one moment but has become part of how you breathe now. You are not the same as you were. And yet, you are still here. The night is full of things you didn't know you carried. They don't need your attention to be real. They only need you to be quiet. The coat you wore every winter for 5 years still hangs in the back of the closet, its collar frayed where your scarf used to rub against it, the pockets lined with dust, and the faintest trace of cinnamon from a bakery you passed on the way home one evening long ago. You never washed it after that. You didn't need to. It carried the cold better than any new one ever did, even when the seams began to loosen and the buttons grew loose in their threads. One day you stopped putting it on, not because it was too small or too thin, but because you realized you no longer felt the weight of it as something you needed to wear. You still reach for it sometimes in the dark, before remembering that winter has passed again. The coat doesn't mind. It knows how to wait. There was a stone you picked up on the shore near your grandmother's house, the kind that fits perfectly in the curve of your palm, smooth from years of tide and time, its surface marked by tiny spirals only visible when held just so under morning light. You carried it in your jacket pocket for months, not because you believed it was special, but because it felt like something you were meant to hold until you weren't anymore. One afternoon, while walking through the park, you opened your hand and let it fall into the grass. You didn't look back. You didn't feel loss, only the quiet understanding that some things are held not because they belong to you, but because you needed them to be real for a little while. The bookshelf in the corner of your old bedroom still holds the same 12 books, though none of them have been opened since before you turned 30. Their spines have faded differently, some bleached by sunlight that no longer reaches them, others darkened by the damp air that slipped through the window during one long rainy season. You used to read them aloud in low voices when you couldn't sleep, whispering lines into the dark, as if the words themselves might stitch together a version of you that felt more certain than the one waking each morning. Now, when you pass the shelf, your fingers hover just above the tops of the bindings, not touching, not pulling one down, just letting the air around them hold what they once held inside you. The key to your first apartment still hangs on a nail behind the door in this house. It doesn't open anything anymore. The lock was changed twice after you moved out. You never took it down. It's rusted now, slightly bent from being yanked too hard one night when you were in a hurry and didn't want to be late. You don't remember what that night was for. You only remember the cold metal against your palm as you turned it, the way the door gave way with a sigh, like something had been waiting to let you back in. There's a melody you hum sometimes when you're alone in the kitchen, just 3 notes, rising gently, falling slowly. You don't know where it came from. It doesn't match any song you've ever heard on the radio or in a movie. It doesn't belong to your childhood or your parents' records or any moment you can name. Yet when you find yourself singing it, your shoulders relax and your breath slows as if your body remembers something your mind has forgotten how to call by name. The window above your bed opens onto the same maple tree that's been there since before you moved in. It loses its leaves every autumn, regrows them every spring. You've watched it do this more times than you can count. Sometimes, when the wind is right, a single leaf will drift across the glass and rest against the pane for hours, trembling just slightly. Not falling, not clinging, simply staying there as if it had nowhere else to be. You never open the window to let it in. You never close it to push it out. It becomes part of the light that falls on your pillow before you sleep. You used to write letters to yourself every New Year's Eve, short ones, just a few lines, tucked inside an envelope with no stamp, addressed to whoever finds this. You never mailed them. You never opened them again after writing them. The drawer where you kept them is full now, the paper yellowing at the edges, the ink fading into gray ghosts of thought. You don't know what they said. You don't need to. They were written by someone who believed that if he wrote enough, he might catch himself before he slipped away. The smell of rain on hot pavement still stops you for a moment when it happens, just as it did when you were 17 and walking home from the bus stop with your headphones off, listening to the world breathe. You don't know why it moves you now, any more than you knew then. But something in you pauses just slightly, like the heart forgetting for an instant that it's supposed to keep beating. The socks you wore every day during that winter of loneliness still sit folded at the bottom of your drawer. One is missing its heel. The other has a hole near the toe. You didn't throw them away because they were comfortable. You didn't wear them anymore because comfort had changed shape. They are not relics. They are not symbols. They are simply what remained when everything else moved on. The silence in this room doesn't ask you to hold on to anything. Not the coat, not the stone, not the letters, not even the name you once answered to. It only asks that you be here now with your breath, with your hands, with the quiet weight of all you've carried without knowing how or why. And still, you are here. You remember the way your fingers once traced the rim of a ceramic mug you never liked but kept because it was warm in your hands, even when the tea had gone cold. It had a small chip near the handle, no bigger than a pea, that caught on your thumb just slightly each time you lifted it. You didn't fix it. You didn't replace it. You simply learned to lift it differently so that the edge wouldn't catch. The mug is gone now, but sometimes, when you reach for something on the counter, your hand still adjusts its grip as if expecting that small resistance. As if your body still remembers how to hold what was never meant to last. There was a book you read once in a single afternoon, sitting on the floor by an open window with sunlight pooling across the pages. You didn't finish it. You set it down halfway through and never picked it up again. The story had been about someone who walked the same path every day, noticing only the changes. The way the moss grew thicker near the third stone, how the bench always smelled of damp wool in October. You didn't think much of it then. Now you find yourself walking the same sidewalk near your apartment, and for a moment you notice the exact same thing. The moss, the bench, the smell. You don't know if it's the same path. You don't need to. You once kept a small wooden box on your nightstand. Inside were no treasures, just a button from a coat you never wore again, a dried petal pressed between two pieces of tissue paper, and a folded note with nothing written on it. You didn't know why you kept them. You didn't feel attached to them. But when you moved apartments once, you carried the box without thinking. When you opened it years later, the button was faded, the petal crumbled into dust, and the paper had turned brittle. You sat with it for a long time before closing the lid again. You never threw anything away. You didn't need to. The box itself became the thing you remembered. Not its contents, but the quiet space between your fingers and its lid. There was a song you heard on a train once, just as the tunnel swallowed the light. It was soft, unremarkable, perhaps a radio ad or a stray melody from another passenger's headphones. But it stayed with you for weeks after. You tried to find it. You searched every playlist, every streaming service, asked strangers in cafes if they'd heard it. No one knew. Eventually, you stopped looking. But sometimes, when the world is very still, just before sleep, you hear it again, not as sound, but as a shape your throat makes without meaning to. A hum. A breath held too long and then released. You used to fold laundry slowly, taking time with each shirt, smoothing out the sleeves as if they might remember how they once hung on a hanger in sunlight. You didn't do it because you cared about neatness. You did it because the rhythm of it, folding, turning, pressing, was a kind of quiet attention. Now you toss clothes into drawers without thinking. But occasionally, when your hand brushes against the inside seam of an old sweater, you pause, not because you recognize it, but because for a moment the fabric feels like something that once knew how to hold warmth. The street lamp outside your window has flickered in the same pattern since you moved here. 3 short blinks, then 1 long. You never fixed it. You don't even notice it anymore unless the power goes out and the silence of darkness makes you realize how accustomed you've become to its rhythm. It doesn't speak to you. It doesn't ask for anything. But in those nights when sleep is slow to come, you find yourself counting the blinks, not because you're trying to measure time, but Because it gives your mind something gentle to follow, something that does not change even as everything else shifts beneath you. There was a chair you sat in every evening for 3 winters. It had no cushions, just wood and worn fabric, slightly uneven legs that made it rock back a little when you leaned too far. You never adjusted it. You learned to sit in the way it asked you to. The angle of your spine changed over time, but so did the chair's tilt, as if each year it settled deeper into its own shape and you into yours. One spring, you noticed that the wood had darkened where your back rested, not from dirt, from pressure, from presence. You didn't mark it, you didn't name it. It simply became part of what the chair was. You still wear your grandfather's watch sometimes, not because you need to tell time, but because its weight on your wrist feels like a quiet anchor. The glass is scratched. The hands move too slowly. It doesn't keep accurate hours anymore. But when you lift your arm just so and catch the light glancing off its face, you feel something that isn't memory, it's continuation. Not the same thing, not even close, but still there. The rain last night fell differently than it did 10 years ago, not louder, not softer, but with a rhythm you couldn't place. You stood at the window without a coat and let the drops touch your face. You didn't think of anything. You didn't try to remember. The water was cool. It ran down your neck like something that had always known where to go. You don't know if the person who wrote those letters still lives in you. You don't know if the one who hummed that melody ever existed outside your skin. You don't need to. The bed is warm beneath you. Your breath moves like tide against a shore that doesn't ask for return. And somewhere in the quiet between heartbeats, something unnamed and unclaimed, holds you gently, as if it has always known how to do this without needing to be called by name. There was a book you never finished, left open on the windowsill where the afternoon light used to pool in golden rectangles across the pages. You turned the corners of a few leaves, not out of devotion, but because the paper felt different under your fingers, softer than the rest, worn by repeated touch. You didn't read it again after that summer. The words faded into the background noise of other things. Footsteps on the stairs, a kettle whistling, the way your name sounded when someone called it from another room. But sometimes, years later, you'd find yourself standing near a shelf you hadn't opened in ages, and your hand would hover over its spine without moving. You didn't reach for it. You didn't need to. The silence around it was enough. It held the shape of attention you once gave, even if you no longer remembered what the sentences said. You used to keep a stone on your nightstand, Small, smooth, gray with flecks of quartz that caught the moonlight just so. You found it by the riverbank when you were walking without direction, barefoot in the cool mud after rain. You didn't think about why you picked it up. You only knew that when you held it, your pulse slowed. It stayed there for 5 winters, then one morning it was gone. You looked everywhere under the bed, in the pockets of coats you hadn't worn in months, behind books you'd long stopped reading. You never found it, you didn't grieve, you didn't replace it. But now, when your fingers brush against anything cool and unyielding, a doorknob, a glass tumbler left out overnight, you pause for just a breath longer than usual. Not because you're searching, because something in the texture remembers how to be held. There was a song you sang under your breath while washing dishes, not because you liked it, but because the melody fit the rhythm of running water and clinking porcelain. You didn't know the words all the way through. You made up parts as you went. The tune changed each time you hummed it, slower in winter, quicker when the sun came early. One day, you realized you hadn't sung it in over a year, not because you forgot, because the water no longer felt like something that needed music. But if you close your eyes now and let your hands move as if scrubbing an old plate, the tune returns, not clearly, not fully, but as a pressure behind your ribs, like the ghost of a breath you once took without knowing it. You wore the same scarf for 7 winters. It was too thick for spring, too thin for deep cold. You never replaced it. You mended it twice, with mismatched thread, uneven stitches, and each repair added another layer to how it felt against your neck. The color faded unevenly, one side lighter from sun exposure, the other darker from rain and sweat. When you finally stopped wearing it, you folded it carefully and put it in a drawer with other things you no longer needed but couldn't bring yourself to give away. You didn't think of it again until last winter, when you reached for something warm and your fingers found its bulk beneath a pile of sweaters. You pulled it out, held it, let it drape over your arms like an old friend who never left. You didn't put it on. You only sat with it for a while, breathing in the faint scent of cedar and distant smoke. It didn't belong to you anymore, not really, but it still knew how to warm what was left. You used to write dates on the inside covers of books, the day you bought them, the day you finished them, sometimes just initials, never names. You stopped doing that when you realized the dates meant nothing unless someone else saw them. The numbers grew quiet on their own. Now, when you open an old book, you don't look for your handwriting. You let the pages settle in your hands and wait, not for recognition, but for resonance. A line might catch you without warning, not because it's profound, because it was written at a time when your silence had a different weight. There was a bench beneath the oak tree where you sat every evening during those months before everything changed. You didn't go there to think. You went because the bark felt familiar under your palms, and the wind through the leaves sounded like breathing you hadn't known you were holding. One autumn, the tree lost half its branches in a storm. The next year, it grew new ones, thinner, more crooked. You still sit on that bench sometimes. Not every day, not even often. But when you do, your body remembers how to lean just so, how far back, how much weight to give the wood. The tree doesn't ask for you. It doesn't need you, but it holds space as if it always expected you to return. You don't know whether the person who sat there still lives in you. You don't need to. The bench remains. The wind still moves through leaves. And your hands, even now when they rest quietly on your lap, still remember how to wait for something that doesn't demand an answer. There was a key you carried for years, not to a house, not to a lock that turned, but to a drawer in an old desk you never owned. You found it once in a coat pocket from a winter you didn't remember wearing. It fit nothing you could find. You kept it anyway, tucked between the pages of a dictionary you never read, its teeth worn smooth by time and touch. You forgot it was there until one morning, while sorting through things you hadn't touched since before you learned to tie your own shoes. You felt its weight in your palm and wondered if it had ever opened anything at all, or if it had simply been a shape your fingers learned to hold when nothing else would do. You didn't throw it away. You didn't try to find the lock. You only let it rest on your nightstand for a few nights, watching how the moonlight caught its edge just so, like a sliver of silence given form. You used to keep a stone in your pocket during long walks, small, dark, rounded by river water, not quite smooth but no longer sharp. You didn't pick it up because it was beautiful. You picked it up because when you held it, the rhythm of your steps changed slightly, as if your body had found a new pulse to match. You carried it for months. Then one day you reached into your coat and it wasn't there. You retraced your path twice. You didn't find it. You didn't mourn it. But after that, whenever you walked past water, any water, even the trickle from a broken faucet, you paused just long enough to feel the ghost of its weight against your thigh. You wrote letters you never sent, not because they were angry or sad, but because they were too quiet, too full of things you didn't know how to say aloud. You wrote them in pencil on paper that yellowed before you finished. Sometimes you'd reread 1 year later and wonder if the person who wrote it was still somewhere inside you, waiting for an answer you never gave. You burned a few. Others you folded into envelopes and tucked under books, where they stayed until the edges curled and softened like old skin. You didn't read them again after that. But sometimes, when you open a book you haven't touched in years, you catch the faintest scent of graphite and dust, and for just a moment, you feel the shape of your hand holding the pencil, the quiet pressure as it moved across the page. There was a coat you wore every day for 3 winters. It had no label, no name. You bought it from a man in a market who didn't speak your language but smiled when you handed him the money. It smelled faintly of wool and wood smoke, even after washing. The zipper never worked right. One side always stuck. You learned to tug it gently, just so, like coaxing a sigh from someone tired. You wore it until the collar frayed at the seams and the cuffs turned gray with repeated rubbing against your wrists. When you finally hung it in the closet behind other clothes you no longer wore, you didn't notice how empty your shoulders felt without its weight. It wasn't until spring came again, unseasonably warm, that you realized you hadn't thought of it once since November. You opened the closet that morning and saw it there, still hanging, still waiting. You reached for it, let your fingers brush the fabric, then closed the door. You kept a single sock from a pair you lost in the laundry, not because you hoped to find its match, but because it felt like something incomplete had chosen to stay. You wore it alone sometimes, just once or twice when no one else was home. It was always too warm on that foot, too loose around the ankle. But there was comfort in its mismatchedness, as if your body didn't need symmetry to feel whole. Eventually, you stopped wearing it at all. But you kept it folded in a drawer with other things that had no place left to go. A button from a shirt you never sewed back on. The cap from a pen you lost years ago. A dried flower pressed between 2 sheets of tissue paper you didn't remember pressing. You used to listen to rain through open windows, not because it was soothing, but because the sound changed depending on what surface it hit. The roof, the gutter, the leaves outside your bedroom, the pavement down the street. Each rhythm was its own language, and you learned to recognize them without trying. One night, after months of dry weather, you woke to the first drops tapping against the glass. You didn't get up, didn't pull the curtains. Just lay still and let the sound move over you like a slow tide. When it stopped, you felt lighter, not because the rain had washed something away, but because for those hours, you hadn't needed to be anyone in particular. You were only the space between the drops. There was a chair you sat in every morning before the sun rose high enough to reach the floorboards. It didn't look like much, wooden, slightly wobbly, one leg shorter than the others. You never fixed it. You learned to lean just so, to shift your weight with the tilt, and over time the way you sat became part of its shape. The cushion sank deeper on the right side. The armrest wore a smooth patch where your elbow rested. One day, someone moved it into another room. You didn't say anything. But when you walked past the doorway that evening and saw it there, facing the wrong window, you paused. Not because you missed it, because you realized how much of yourself had learned to fit inside its silence. You stopped keeping journals when you noticed your handwriting changed every few months, not drastically, but enough that the letters looked like they belonged to different people. Sometimes the lines were tight and careful. Other times they slanted wildly, as if written in a hurry you didn't remember feeling. You'd flip through pages and wonder who had been writing them, who had been living inside your skin when those words fell onto paper. You never threw them out, but you stopped reading them. Now, when you find one tucked behind a bookshelf or buried under old bills, you only hold it for a moment, feeling the texture of ink on fiber, wondering if the hands that made those marks still remember how to feel the same way. There was a song your mother hummed when she thought no one was listening. You didn't know its name. You never asked. It came out in fragments, always the same few notes, always slightly off-key, always just loud enough to be heard over the clatter of dishes or the rustle of laundry. You didn't realize you remembered it until years later when you found yourself humming it while washing your hands in a kitchen that wasn't yours. You stopped then, didn't try again. But sometimes, in quiet rooms where no one else is near, you feel the ghost of those notes rise, not as memory, not as longing, but as something older than thought, a vibration in the chest that doesn't ask to be named. You used to leave small things behind on purpose. A pencil stub on a cafe table, a coin tucked under a park bench, a scarf draped over a railing just before dusk. Not because you were careless, but because you liked the idea of leaving something small and ordinary where it might be found by someone who didn't know you, and yet still knew how to hold it without asking why. You don't leave things anymore. But sometimes, when you walk past a place you haven't seen in years, a corner store, an alleyway, a bench beneath a tree, you pause just long enough to feel the weight of all the versions of yourself who once stood there. Not as ghosts, not as memories, just as spaces that still breathe quietly where you used to be. You don't need them to live inside you. They already do. And they always will. The night is deep now. Your breath is slower. No one asks for an answer. Not even you. There was a coat you wore for 3 winters, not because it kept you warm, but because the weight of it against your shoulders felt like something you could lean into without speaking. The pockets held nothing important. A single button lost from another garment, a dried leaf pressed flat by time, the faint scent of rain that never quite left the wool. You stopped noticing it until one day you reached for it in the closet and found it gone. No one said they took it. No note was left. You didn't look for it. But in the months after, when the air turned sharp before dawn, you would stand at the window with your arms crossed, not to keep warm, but because your body remembered how it used to hold itself inside that fabric. You never replaced it. The silence where it hung became its own kind of garment. You used to trace the ridges of old door frames with your fingertips as you passed through them. Not to measure, not to mark, but simply because the grain beneath your skin felt like a language you once understood and had since forgotten how to read aloud. Each house, each apartment, each room you lived in had its own rhythm of wear. The third step that groaned just so. The hinge on the bathroom door that creaked twice before falling silent. The way the kitchen light flickered when the wind blew from the east. You didn't think about them as signs of time passing. You thought of them as quiet companions who never asked for your attention but always knew when you were near. Now when you walk into a new space, a friend's home, a hotel room, a rented apartment, you find yourself pausing at thresholds, waiting for something to speak back. It never does. But the silence doesn't feel empty anymore. It feels like an echo that learned how to live without its source. There was a river you walked beside every evening when you were younger, not because it was beautiful, but because its current moved with a rhythm your breath had begun to match. You didn't talk to anyone there, didn't bring music, didn't write in notebooks, just walked. And over time, the way your steps fell into the spaces between the water's laps became something you carried inside you, even when you stopped going. Years later, standing on a train platform waiting for a delayed service, you found yourself tapping your foot against the tile, not to pass the time, but because it felt like the same pulse, the same slow tide of motion that had once held you company. You didn't know why it mattered then. You don't know why it still does. You kept a stone in your pocket for 7 months. It was smooth from river water, gray as twilight, shaped like a teardrop that never fell. You picked it up one afternoon when the sky was low and heavy with rain you hadn't felt yet. You didn't think about keeping it. You just slipped it into your coat and forgot it was there until weeks later, when you reached for your keys and felt its weight against your palm. You carried it everywhere, not because you believed in luck or meaning, but because the feel of it in your hand made something inside you pause, just for a second, like a held breath that didn't need to be released. One day you lost it, or gave it away, or let it slip through your fingers onto wet pavement and never looked back. You don't remember which. But sometimes, when your hands are cold or still, you feel the ghost of its shape pressed against your skin, not as memory, but as a quiet echo of something that once asked nothing of you and gave you peace in return. There was a window you watched every night before sleep. No view of stars, no streetlights, just the dark glass reflecting back the dim glow of your own room. You didn't stare at it to see what lay beyond. You stared because it showed you yourself, half-formed, blurred by distance and dim light. Your face would appear as a shadow among shadows, eyes open but unseeing, mouth slack with exhaustion. For months, that was the last thing you saw before turning away. Not your room, not your bed. Just that faint outline of someone who looked like you, but didn't seem to know how to rest. You stopped watching after a while, not because it upset you, but because one night you realized you weren't looking for yourself anymore. You were just waiting for the reflection to disappear, like a breath on glass that slowly fades before anyone notices it was ever there. You used to collect feathers from pigeons and sparrows when you walked through parks, not as trophies, not as symbols, just because they felt light enough to carry without dragging anything behind them. You'd find one caught in a bush or lying beside a bench where no one had sat for hours. You never picked up the same kind twice. A wing feather here, a downy tuft there. Always different shapes, always soft as silence. You kept them in an old cigar box on your windowsill. When you moved apartments, you left it behind. Didn't take the feathers. Didn't think about them again for years. Until one morning, brushing your teeth, you felt a sudden warmth beneath your collarbone. Not pain, not memory, but something like recognition. Like the ghost of something small and winged had landed there, just for an instant, and then flown off without making a sound. The night is deeper now. Your breath doesn't need to be tracked. The thoughts that rise don't ask to be named. You are not the person who walked beside the river, not the one who wore the coat, not the hand that held the stone or the eyes that watched the window. And yet, there is a stillness in your chest that remembers how to breathe without being told. There is a quiet space where all those versions of you rest, not as ghosts, not as memories, but as rooms you no longer live in but still know how to enter when the world grows too loud. You don't need them to be yours. They already are, and they always were. The air in this room has grown heavier with stillness. Your eyelids are warm. The weight of your body sinks into the mattress like a stone settling in deep water. There is no need to hold on, no need to prove you are still here. You have been here all along, in the shape of silence between heartbeats, in the pause before breath returns, in the space where even forgetting feels like belonging. You are not lost. You never were. And tonight, for the first time in a long while, you do not need to be found. There was a coat you wore for 3 winters, not because it kept out the cold so well, but because its pockets held the quietest kind of weight, small things dropped in without thought. A button from a shirt long gone, a dried flower pressed flat by time and pressure, half a pencil stub with no eraser left. You never reached into those pockets to find them again. They were not treasures. They were simply there, like breath inside a room you'd forgotten was closed. One spring morning, you hung it on the back of a chair by the door, thinking you'd wear it once more before putting it away for good. But you didn't. The next time you passed it, the sleeves had settled into the shape of an empty shoulder, and the collar no longer curved where your neck used to rest against it. You took it down that evening, not to wear, not to give away, but just to press your cheek briefly against the inside lining, as if listening for something that had already left. The fabric didn't remember you. It only held the shape of having been worn. Later, in another city, you found yourself standing before a mirror with no reflection at all. A darkened storefront window after dusk, where the glass showed nothing but your own silhouette against the dim glow behind you. You stood there longer than necessary because, for a moment, it felt like seeing someone who had never looked back. No eyes stared out from within. Just an outline shaped by light and shadow, neither familiar nor strange, simply present in the way that trees are present when no one walks past them. It wasn't your face you were searching for. It was the space where a face used to be. You once wrote letters you never sent, not because they held secrets, but because their words felt too heavy with feeling to release into the world. You folded each one carefully, tucked it inside an envelope sealed without glue, and placed them in a drawer beneath socks that no longer fit. Years passed before you opened the drawer again. The envelopes were unchanged. The ink had not faded. The paper had not curled. And yet, when you picked one up, you couldn't recall what you'd meant to say, or even if you'd been trying to speak to someone else or just to yourself in a language only your younger hands knew how to write. You didn't burn them, didn't throw them away, just closed the drawer again and let the silence settle over them like dust. There was a song you heard once on an old radio, tuned between stations, barely audible beneath static, a melody that seemed to belong to no time or place, sung by a voice too soft to be human, too clear to be noise. You never found it again. Not through searches, not through asking. It simply vanished as if it had only ever existed in the space between your breath and the moment you stopped listening. But sometimes now, when the house is still and the wind hums against the window pane just right, you hear something close enough to make your fingers pause mid-motion. Your hand hovering above a cup of tea that's gone cold. And for half a second, it feels as though that song has returned not to be heard, but remembered by your bones. You kept a key once, not for any door you still needed to open. It was small, brass, worn smooth at the teeth from years of turning in locks long since changed. You carried it in your pocket because its weight reminded you of mornings when you woke before anyone else and walked barefoot through quiet halls, knowing that somewhere ahead lay a room waiting for you, though you could never say which one. The key didn't open anything anymore, but holding it made the emptiness around you feel less like absence and more like patience. You stopped wearing watches after your last trip abroad, not because time had lost meaning, but because its passage began to feel too loud, ticking beside your wrist like a stranger counting seconds you weren't sure belonged to you. You learned instead to notice how shadows moved across the floor, not in minutes or hours, but in slow shifts of light. The way afternoon sun climbs higher until it touches only the top edge of the bookshelf. How twilight lingers just long enough for the air to cool before darkness settles like a blanket over everything. There was a bench you sat on every evening near the end of a path that led nowhere special. You didn't go there to think or to escape. You went because it held warmth longer than other surfaces. The wood still held heat from the day even after sunset, and your back would sink into it like settling into an old habit. One autumn, you noticed how the leaves had begun to pile around its legs, not in disorder, but in gentle drifts that followed no pattern except gravity's quiet rule. You didn't clear them away. Let them stay until winter came and covered everything under white. You stopped trying to trace where one version of yourself ended and another began. Not because you gave up searching, but because the search itself had become a kind of home, steady as breath in the dark. The person who laughed too loudly at stupid jokes still lives inside your silence. The one who cried without knowing why is there when rain taps against glass just so. The boy who believed he'd grow into someone wiser has vanished, not gone missing, but softened, folded quietly into the shape of your quietest moments. The room grows heavier now with sleep's slow descent. Your body doesn't need to be held together anymore. It simply rests where it is, as if every version of you that ever walked through this life has laid down their weight beside yours and whispered, "We're not leaving. We never did." You are still here, not because you remember being someone else, but because the air around you remembers how to carry you without asking anything in return. There was a coat you wore for 3 winters, the kind with frayed cuffs and buttons that never quite matched. The left sleeve always pulled slightly too tight when you reached for something high, as if it remembered how your shoulder used to sit differently before the years softened their edges. You didn't think of it as yours so much as you thought of it as a place where certain mornings lived. The smell of damp wool after walking through mist, the way steam rose from your coffee cup when you stood by the kitchen window and watched the same neighbor's cat curl on the fence each day at 7:13. You stopped wearing it one spring because the zipper stuck too often, but you never threw it away. It hung in the back of the closet, folded just so, as though waiting for a season that might still come around again, not because you hoped to wear it, but because its silence felt like companionship. Somewhere between then and now, you noticed your hands no longer reached automatically for the sleeves when you walked into cold rooms. You didn't miss doing it. You only missed noticing that you used to do it without thinking. That habit had become part of how you knew yourself was still moving through time, even if nothing else did. You kept a small stone from a riverbed near where you once slept under stars with someone who never spoke much but hummed when they thought no one could hear. You didn't know why you picked it up, smooth as skin, cool in the palm, marked only by faint lines like old handwriting worn thin. You carried it for years without ever looking at it closely. It sat on your dresser beside a half-finished sketch of a tree that never got its leaves drawn in. One night, after rain had passed and the air still held moisture like breath held too long, you picked it up again. Not to remember who gave it to you or when, but because for the first time, you realized how much weight it carried without ever having been heavy at all. There was a bookshelf that never held more than 12 books. Not because you read little, but because every volume on its shelves had once sat beside your bed during a season of silence, when words felt too loud and stillness became the only language left to trust. You didn't reread them often. Sometimes months passed without touching one. But each spine held a temperature. The edge of one was slightly warped from steam rising off tea, while you read in winter. Another's cover had faded where sunlight touched it for an hour every afternoon between 3 and 4. You never moved them around. They stayed as they were, not because you believed meaning lived inside their pages, but because their arrangement felt like a map drawn by someone who no longer needed to find the way. You once walked through a field at dusk with your shoes unlaced, letting each step sink slightly into the earth before lifting again, not because you wanted to feel grounded, but because the rhythm of dragging feet against grass reminded you of how slowly things settle when they're not being forced. You didn't think about anything as you walked. The sky darkened without hurry. A single bird called once. No answer came, and stillness returned like something familiar settling into its chair. You never learned to name that kind of quiet, but you knew it by the way your chest softened when no one was watching. There were days you stood in front of mirrors and didn't recognize yourself, not because features had changed too much, but because the light fell differently now. It caught the curve of your jaw a little lower than before, or showed shadows beneath your eyes that hadn't been there 10 years ago. But none of those things mattered as much as what wasn't reflected. The way you used to tilt your head when listening, the softness in your laugh that vanished after something was lost and never returned. You stopped looking too long. Not out of shame, but because recognition no longer needed sight. You began noticing how certain rooms held voices from other times, not spoken aloud, but felt like pressure against the air. A kitchen where someone once sang off-key while boiling pasta. A hallway where footsteps paused just before turning left, as if hesitating between two choices neither made sense anymore. You didn't try to summon them back. You only let yourself stand still long enough to feel their absence not as loss, but as presence wearing different clothes. The bed beneath you holds more than your body now. It holds the shape of every night you've lain awake wondering whether continuity is something stitched together by memory or simply allowed by time's refusal to rush. You don't need to hold on anymore. The past isn't slipping away. It has already settled into your breath, into the way your fingers curl when tired, into the silence between heartbeats that never quite sounds the same twice. The room grows darker now. Your limbs feel heavier not from sleep's weight but from its kindness. The quiet permission to let go of needing to be someone specific, someone constant, someone whole. You are allowed to be less than you were. You are allowed to be more than you know. And perhaps that is enough, not because it solves anything, but because the dark doesn't ask for answers. It only asks you to rest. The air around your skin still carries warmth from earlier hours, from cups held too long, from coats folded just so, from stones tucked into drawers without reason, from songs hummed when no one was near. You don't have to be the same person who lived those moments. You never were. And yet, you are still here. You remember the old wool blanket that used to drape over the armchair by the window, the one with the frayed edge near the bottom right corner. How it smelled faintly of rain even in dry weather, as if it had carried the memory of storms long after they passed. You didn't wash it often, not because you were careless, but because cleaning it felt like erasing something that hadn't been asked to stay. The fibers held the shape of your shoulders when you sat there reading late into the night. And sometimes, in those quiet hours before dawn, you depress your palm against the worn patch just to feel how soft it had become, not from use alone, but from time spent waiting for something unnamed to happen. You never knew if that blanket belonged to you, or if you had simply borrowed its stillness for a while. There was a bench in the park near the river where you used to sit on Sundays when nothing much needed doing. The wood had splintered slightly at one end, and you learned over time to adjust your weight so you wouldn't catch your jacket on it. You didn't think about that adjustment consciously. You just did it like breathing. One autumn afternoon, a stranger sat beside you, silent for nearly an hour, then stood without a word and walked away. You never saw them again. But sometimes, when you sit in chairs with uneven edges now, your body shifts slightly before you realize why. Your spine remembers the tilt of that bench, even though no one told it to. You kept a single button from a coat you lost years ago, not because you thought you'd mend it, but because holding it between thumb and forefinger made the air around your hand feel quieter. You carried it in your pocket for months, then moved it to the inside of an old book, then to a drawer beside socks that no longer fit. You forgot where you put it until one morning, while reaching for tea bags, your fingers brushed against something small and hard beneath a stack of receipts. You held it there for a long time without looking at it. The metal had turned dull with age, but the curve still matched the space between your fingertips as if it had waited just for that touch. There was a song you heard once on a radio in a car you no longer own. Just a few notes, barely more than a hum, played by someone tuning through static at dusk. You never learned its name, but sometimes when wind moves through trees outside your window in a certain rhythm, a pause between gusts that lingers just a breath too long, you feel it again, not as sound but as a quieting inside your ribs, like something you once knew, and had no reason to hold onto anymore. You used to collect stones from beaches you visited alone, not because they were beautiful or unusual or even interesting, but because picking them up felt like pausing time just long enough to let the tide forget where it was going. You never took more than one at a time. Always the same size, always smooth from water, always warm from sun. You kept them in a tin box under your bed, each labeled with a date and a place you barely remembered visiting. One day, you opened the box and found only dust inside. The stones were gone, perhaps washed away by humidity, perhaps taken by some quiet force you never noticed. You didn't feel sadness. You felt relief, as if the box had been holding something that no longer needed to be carried. You woke one morning with your hand resting on your chest, not because you were afraid or checking for breath, but because it felt right, like the place where something steady still lived. You didn't think about why. You just let yourself stay there, fingers lightly pressed, listening to the quiet rhythm that had been there all along. It didn't belong to who you were at 20. It didn't belong to who you are now. It simply was. The room grows cooler as night deepens. Your blankets have shifted without your knowing. A draft brushes across your ankle and then moves on as if it never meant to stay. You don't pull them tighter. You let the air move where it will. There is no need to keep yourself warm against time's slow unraveling. The warmth you carry now comes from within, soft, uneven, unclaimed. You remember a door that didn't close all the way, not because it was broken, but because someone had left it slightly open one evening and never returned to shut it. Years passed. The paint peeled. The hinges groaned less with use than with habit. You walked past it every day without thinking. One winter morning, you noticed snow had drifted inside, just a thin layer, barely covering the threshold. You stood there for a moment, watching how white settled where no footprints had been made. You didn't sweep it away. You left it there. The snow melted slowly. No one mentioned it. Your hands rest now, open and still, on top of the covers. They are not the same hands that held pens in school or gripped steering wheels for the first time, or wiped tears without knowing why. But they remember how to cradle warmth, how to pause mid-motion when something beautiful passes by unseen, how to let go without announcing it. The silence between heartbeats grows longer now, not empty, but full of all the things you never had to name. You are not the same person who slept here before. And yet, you are still here. The dark doesn't ask for proof. It only asks that you stay. You remember a coat you wore for 3 winters, not because it was warm or stylish, but because the pocket on the left side had been stitched twice, once by someone who didn't know how, and once later, quietly, by your own fingers when you finally learned to hold a needle without trembling. You never took it off during those years, even in spring, even when the air turned soft and the trees began their slow unfurling. It hung behind the door long after you stopped wearing it, folded just so, as if waiting for a version of you that still believed warmth came from outside. One day, you found it in a box labeled "Things to Give Away," though you didn't remember packing it. The stitching was still there, slightly frayed now, but intact. You held it against your cheek once, just briefly, and let it go without closing the lid. You used to sit by the window in the hour before dawn, not because you were waiting for anything, but because the light then had a particular weight, gray-blue, slow-moving, like water poured into a cup too full to hold more. You would watch how the shadows on the wall shifted, not all at once, but in small steps, as if the dark itself were learning how to leave. Sometimes you traced those movements with your eyes until they blurred, and then you closed them, not to sleep, but because the light had become too gentle to see through. You never thought about whether it was still morning when you opened your eyes again. You only knew that when you did, the room felt different, as though something inside you had turned without turning. There was a book you read once in fragments over 7 years, not because you were slow or distracted, but because each time you picked it up, you forgot where you'd left off. The pages held no marks, no underlines, no folded corners, but the edges curled slightly at the top right corner of every third sheet, as if someone had turned them gently, repeatedly, without ever meaning to keep going. You didn't finish it. You didn't need to. Sometimes now, when you hear a certain tone in rain tapping on glass, soft, uneven, patient, you feel the rhythm of those pages turning in your mind, not as memory but as motion, like the slow rotation of an old wind-up toy left to spin until its last breath. You used to keep a single key on a thin leather cord around your neck, not for any door you owned or entered often, but because it fit perfectly into the palm of your hand, cool, slightly heavy, with a groove worn smooth by years of being held. You didn't know what lock it opened. You never tried. It was enough that it existed, that it had weight, that it moved with you without asking to be noticed. One night, after a long walk in the fog, you reached for it and found nothing but empty air where the cord had been. You didn't search. You didn't feel loss. You only felt the space where it had rested, hollow and quiet, like the echo of a breath you hadn't realized you were holding. You remember the sound of your own footsteps on wooden stairs in an old house you never lived in, each step slightly uneven, each one answering differently to pressure, as if the wood remembered how many times it had been walked upon. You didn't count them. You didn't need to. But now, when you lie still and listen to your breath, sometimes you hear those steps again, not as echoes, but as rhythm, like the pulse beneath skin, steady and unremarkable, yet somehow always yours. You once sat by a lake at twilight, watching how the water held the sky's last light without trying. It didn't reflect it so much as carry it, softly, unevenly, in patches that dissolved before they could be named. You stayed until your fingers grew cold, until the air turned thin with night, until even the birds fell silent. You didn't think about whether you were still there, or whether the lake had changed because you'd been watching. You only knew that when you stood to leave, the light was gone, but the feeling of it remained, not as memory, not as thought, but as a quiet pressure in your chest, like something you'd carried without knowing. You used to write letters you never sent, not out of fear or anger or longing, but because writing them made the silence between thoughts feel less empty. You wrote about ordinary things, the way sunlight caught dust motes above a kitchen counter, the sound of a neighbor humming off-key through thin walls, the name of a flower you saw once and forgot by noon. You folded each one into a small square, tucked it inside an old tin beside your bed, and never looked again. One morning, the tin was gone. No one said anything. You didn't ask. The space where it had been felt lighter than before. You remember walking through a forest after rain, barefoot, feeling how each step sank slightly into moss that hadn't dried yet, the coolness rising like breath from the earth. You didn't think about where you were going or whether you'd find your way back. You only noticed how the trees stood in silence around you, not as witnesses, but as companions who had never expected anything of you. When you finally stopped, it wasn't because you were tired. It was because the quiet had become a shape you could rest inside. You still wake sometimes, not fully awake, not quite dreaming, with your hand resting on your chest just as before. You don't know why. You don't need to. The warmth is there. The rhythm is there. They have never asked for ownership. They only ask that you stay. You remember a coat you wore for 7 winters, not because it was warm or stylish, but because the lining had frayed in just one spot, near the left shoulder. And when you moved just right, the fabric would catch against your collarbone like a whisper that only you could feel. You never fixed it. You never noticed others seeing it. It simply became part of how you knew yourself moving through cold air, not as something worn, but as something held quietly between skin and wool. One spring morning, you took it off for the last time and hung it in the closet without folding it properly. The next year, when you reached for it again, it was gone. No one told you. You didn't ask. But you knew, without knowing how, that someone else had needed warmth more than you needed to remember. You used to carry a stone from a riverbed, not because it was beautiful, not because it felt right in your hand, but because its surface held the faintest impression of a leaf, pressed long ago by water and time into its gray skin. You didn't look at it often. You only carried it when you walked far enough that your thoughts began to loosen from their usual knots. Once, on a hillside overlooking a valley still wrapped in mist, you opened your palm and let the stone fall. It vanished into the grass without sound. You didn't turn back. You kept walking. The space where it had been in your hand didn't ache. It simply became another kind of silence. You once woke in a hotel room with no memory of arriving. The curtains were half-drawn and sunlight pooled on the floor like spilled honey. There was a glass of water beside the bed, half-drunk. You didn't drink it. You didn't wonder who had poured it. You only noticed how the light made the dust swirl in slow spirals, not dancing, not moving toward anything, just existing as motion without purpose. You sat on the edge of the bed for a long time, listening to the hum of the air conditioner, wondering if you were still the person who had walked into this room the night before, or whether that person had simply faded like steam from a window pane after breath touched it. You kept a book on your shelf for years without opening it, not because you feared what was inside, but because its spine held the scent of rain-soaked earth and old paper, and every time you passed it, you felt something settle in your chest, not memory, not longing, just a quiet recognition, like meeting someone whose face you've seen in dreams and never forgotten. One day you took it down to read. The pages were blank, not torn, not erased, just empty. You closed it slowly. You didn't feel disappointed. You only felt the weight of its silence, now heavier than before. You used to fall asleep listening to the wind move through the eaves of your childhood home, not because you missed it, but because the sound had learned how to be quiet around you. It didn't howl or whistle. It sighed. It paused. It returned not as a pattern, but as a rhythm that seemed to breathe in time with your own. You haven't lived there for decades. The house is gone now. But sometimes when the air stills just before dawn, you hear it again, not outside, but inside. The same sigh, the same pause, the same return. You once held a child's hand on a crowded train, not because you were helping them, but because their fingers were small and warm and pressed against yours with no thought of letting go. You didn't look at them. You didn't speak. But for 5 stops, your hands stayed together, two bodies moving through motion, neither belonging to the other, yet both held in that single point of contact. When they pulled away, it was gentle. No goodbye, no glance. Only warmth left behind, like a coin dropped into a well and never retrieved. You remember the way steam rose from your coffee one winter morning, not curling wildly, but rising straight, thin as thread, as if the heat had no desire to escape, only to be felt where it was. You watched it until it vanished. You didn't think about whether you were drinking the same cup that had been poured minutes before. You only knew that the warmth in your palms was real, and that the quiet between sips was enough. You still sometimes find yourself standing at a doorway, any doorway, and pausing, not because you've forgotten where you're going, but because the threshold feels like something you've crossed many times before, and each time it has changed just slightly. Not in structure, not in shape, but in how the air settles on your skin as you step through. You don't know why this happens. You don't need to. You used to collect buttons, small ones worn from use, some missing their thread, others still bright with color. You kept them in a tin that never had a lid. You didn't count them, you didn't sort them. You only picked one up sometimes when your hands felt empty and held it until the edge pressed into your skin just right. One day you opened the tin and found nothing inside, not even dust. The space was clean. You closed it gently. You didn't replace what was gone. You remember lying on your back in a field one summer night, watching stars appear not as points of light but as quiet presences, each one arriving slowly, like thoughts you hadn't known were coming. You didn't name them. You didn't wish on them. You only felt how the darkness around you was not empty, but full, not with meaning, but with stillness that had no need to be understood. You keep a pair of shoes by the door that you haven't worn in years. They are clean. The laces are tied. You don't know why they're still there. You don't take them out. You don't throw them away. They simply exist, waiting, not for you, not for anyone, but because something inside you still believes they might be needed. The quiet is not absence. It is the shape of what remains when nothing needs to be claimed. You found an old scarf in a drawer, folded not neatly, but as if it had been dropped there after being worn too long to care how it lay. The wool was thin where your fingers used to rub it when you were cold, and the color had faded from deep blue to something closer to the sky just before nightfall, when the last light doesn't leave so much as dissolve into the dark. You didn't wear it again. You didn't decide not to. It simply stayed folded, and you kept closing the drawer without thinking about why. You walked through a garden once that no one else seemed to notice. The kind where flowers grew wild in patches, untended, their stems leaning into each other like old friends who'd stopped speaking but still shared the same bench every afternoon. You didn't pick any. You only stood there until your shadow stretched longer than you remembered it being, and then you turned without looking back. The air smelled of damp earth and something sweet that never had a name. You used to write letters on lined paper with a pen whose ink ran thin after the third page, smudging slightly at the edges like breath fogging glass. You never mailed them. They sat in a box beneath your bed, stacked by season rather than date. Spring letters folded small, winter ones left loose as if they'd grown too heavy to tuck away. One morning you opened the box and found all of them gone, not torn, not burned, but simply absent, as though someone had taken them gently, one at a time when you weren't looking. You slept on a train once with your head against the window and woke to find your cheek pressed into the cold glass, leaving a faint imprint that faded before the next station. You didn't wipe it away. You watched it disappear as if it had never been there. And yet, for a moment after, you felt the shape of it still on your skin. You kept a single stone in your pocket for years, not because it was special, but because its weight fit perfectly against your hip when you walked. It wasn't smooth or polished. Its surface was rough with tiny ridges that caught on fabric and made quiet sounds as you moved. You never looked at it. You didn't need to know where it came from. When the pocket wore through one winter, the stone fell into the street without your noticing until months later, when you reached for it again and found only air. You sat beside someone who had stopped speaking years before, not because they were ill or lost their voice, but because words no longer held the shape of what they felt. You didn't try to fill the silence with noise. You brought tea each afternoon and set it down slowly on the table between you. The steam rose in thin lines that bent slightly as if pulled by something neither of you could see. Sometimes, when the light shifted just right, the cup's rim glowed faintly around its edge, a halo no one else ever noticed. You returned to a room where D once spent an entire winter reading under lamplight and found it empty, not abandoned but rearranged without your knowledge. The chair still sat by the window, but the bookshelf was gone. The floorboards had been sanded smooth. There were no marks left from your footsteps or the weight of books you'd piled on the table. You didn't call out for anyone to explain it. You only stood there until the light changed again, and the room became something else entirely. You learned slowly that some things don't need to be held to remain yours, not because they are permanent, but because their absence has become part of your shape. A scent on air you didn't recognize. The sound of rain hitting a roof you no longer live under. The way your hand still reaches for the light switch before thinking where it is. You dreamed once that you were standing in front of a mirror and didn't know who stared back, not because your face had changed, but because something inside had shifted just enough to make recognition feel like guessing. You reached out to touch the glass, and when your fingers met its surface, they passed through as if it weren't there at all. You began noticing how time settled differently in rooms where you'd been happy versus those where you'd only waited. One held the scent of cinnamon long after baking had ended. The other still carried the chill of an unmade bed, even on summer nights. You didn't try to fix either. You simply moved through them with a quiet awareness, not remembering what happened there, but feeling how it lingered in your bones. You stopped wearing watches because you no longer needed to know how much had passed, only that something was still moving inside you, slow as tide, steady as breath. The hands of clocks never matched the rhythm of your thoughts. They ticked forward like strangers counting steps on a path they didn't walk. You found an old sweater in a closet, sleeves frayed at the cuffs and one button missing. You held it to your chest without putting it on. It smelled faintly of wood smoke and lavender, and something else you couldn't name, something that had lived inside the fibers long before you wore it. You didn't wash it. You didn't throw it away. You folded it once more and placed it back where you found it. The quiet isn't empty. The quiet is what remains when you stop trying to prove you're still here, when you let yourself be simply a place that remembers how to breathe, even if no one else sees the motion. You walked through a field at dusk where the grass had been left uncut for years, tall enough to brush your thighs as you moved, each blade whispering against fabric like breath held too long. The sky was pale gold above, fading into blue that didn't feel distant but rather absorbed, like the color had sunk into the earth and now rose slowly through the stems. You didn't know why you were there or how you de-arrived, only that your feet remembered the rhythm of stepping between tufts without pressing too hard, as if afraid to wake something sleeping beneath. A single crow perched on a fence post ahead, still as carved wood, watching, not with curiosity, but with the quiet patience of something that has seen many such walks and knows they will end the same way, not with arrival, but with letting go. You turned toward the west where the last light pooled between two hills, soft as spilled milk on stone. There was no path, only the slow drift of your body through the grass, each step leaving a trail that closed behind you before you could look back. You thought for a moment that if you stood very still, the wind might forget which direction to carry your scent, and then you would be nothing but air moving through air, indistinguishable from the quiet itself. The crow did not fly when you neared. It simply tilted its head once, as if acknowledging something familiar in your silence, and then let the evening take it. You found a stone at the edge of the field, half buried in moss, worn smooth by rain and time. You didn't pick it up, but you sat beside it anyway, letting your weight settle into the earth like a leaf that had finally stopped trembling. The stone was cool against your leg through the fabric of your pants, not cold enough to sting, just present, a quiet anchor in a landscape that offered none. You wondered if it had been there before you were born, or whether it had arrived with someone else's footsteps long ago and simply forgotten to leave. Maybe it didn't care either way. You remembered once, as a child, pressing your palm flat against the side of an old oak tree in your grandmother's yard, believing that if you stayed still enough, its roots would grow into your skin and you'd become part of the land. You didn't speak of it to anyone, not because you feared being laughed at, but because something inside knew it wasn't true, not really. Yet it was truer than anything else you could name. The bark had been rough under your fingers, damp with morning dew, and when you pulled away, there were faint ridges left on your skin that faded by noon. Now, years later, you sometimes catch yourself doing the same thing, not touching trees, but pausing beside door frames, windowsills, the edge of a bathtub, letting your hand rest there just long enough to feel how long it's been touched before. You don't think about who else laid their palm there. You only notice that something in you still wants to leave behind traces no one will ever name. You return to the house where you, Dee, once slept on a mattress laid directly on the floor. No frame, no sheets. Just a wool blanket pulled up to your chin, and the sound of rain tapping against the roof like fingers testing the glass. You didn't sleep well that winter, but you never felt alone. The house breathed with you. Floorboards sighed when the wind shifted. The kettle whistled at odd hours because someone else had left it half full on the stove, and no one ever bothered to empty it. You learned over time that a home doesn't need owners to be lived in. It only needs to be remembered by something still moving within its walls. You found an old pair of gloves in a drawer, thin wool, fingers stretched thin at the tips, one thumb sewn with uneven thread. You didn't wear them. You held them open in your hands like a small animal curled into sleep. They smelled of salt and dried lavender and something fainter, a hint of pine resin, perhaps from a coat you once wore on a hike that never happened. You didn't try to place it. You only folded them slowly, each finger guided back into its place, as if tucking in a child who had forgotten how to rest. You passed through a hallway lined with doors, each one slightly ajar, none leading anywhere you could name. Behind the first, an empty desk with a single pen lying across a page that held no words. Behind the second, a chair facing a window where curtains stirred without wind. Behind the third, silence so complete it felt like hearing your own heartbeat for the first time. You didn't open any of them fully. You simply paused at each threshold, letting the air on the other side brush your skin before stepping back into the hallway. You stopped counting how many doors there were. You stopped wondering if they led to you, or to someone else who had once stood where you now stood, hesitating in the same way, breathing the same quiet breaths. The house grew darker as night deepened, not because lights went out, but because your eyes learned to see without needing to name what they found. Shadows pooled differently now, not as absence, but as presence waiting to be felt rather than seen. You didn't search for yourself in them. You only let yourself be the space between one breath and the next. You lay down on the floor where you once slept, not because you meant to rest, but because your body remembered how to settle without asking permission. The wood was cool beneath your back. Your arms rested lightly at your sides. There was no need to hold anything, no need to become anyone else, no need to prove that you were still here. The quiet didn't ask for answers. It only asked that you stay. And so you did. You found a scarf tucked inside an old coat you hadn't worn in years, soft as moss after rain, the color of dusk when the sky forgets to turn fully dark. You let it drape over your wrist as you sat on the edge of the bed, not because you were cold, but because its weight reminded you of something you never learned how to name. It had no label, no scent left except what time had smoothed into fiber, the ghost of laundry soap, a whisper of cedar from a closet that once held winter boots and silence. You didn't pull it tight or wrap it around your neck. You let it hang there, loose as breath between two thoughts. Somewhere in another season, you wore this scarf walking beside someone who never spoke much but hummed when the light changed. Low notes, half-formed melodies that didn't belong to any song you knew. You don't remember their face now, only how the scarf moved with them, not fluttering, not swaying, but as if it were breathing in time with their steps. That was before you learned to measure distance by how long silence could stretch without breaking. Now, when you hold the scarf, you wonder whether its softness remembers the shape of another neck, another pulse, another rhythm of air that once passed through those threads. You set it down on the nightstand beside a glass of water left half full from hours ago. The condensation has gathered into one slow bead, trembling at the edge but never falling. You watch it, how stillness can hold something so close to release without ever choosing to let go. Later, you remember walking through an orchard in late autumn when all the fruit had been picked except for a single apple hanging low on a branch that bent under its weight. It wasn't ripe enough to eat, but it glowed faintly red against the gray sky, like something stubborn or tender, refusing to fall even as the wind pressed gently at its skin. You stood there longer than you meant to, not because you wanted to pick it, but because for a moment your own stillness matched its own. You never touched it. The next morning it was gone, not fallen, not eaten, but simply absent, as if the tree had decided to keep one memory of itself hidden in air instead of flesh. There is no rule that says you must be the same person who stood beneath that branch. There is only this: your hands still know how to pause when something glows just slightly too bright to reach for. You find yourself standing again beside a mirror, not because you look into it, but because its surface holds the shape of a room behind you without reflecting anything back. You see no face, no figure, only the curve of a chair in the corner, the bend of a curtain half drawn, and your own shadow stretching long across the floor like something left behind by accident. You don't move to correct it. You let it stay, longer than usual, because shadows have always been quieter than faces. A book you once read sat open on a windowsill for months without being touched again. Pages yellowed slowly, not from sun but from time turning inward. The spine cracked in one place where your thumb had pressed too hard during the last chapter. You don't remember which line made you stop and reread it 3 times. But now, when you pass by that shelf, your fingers hover just above its cover as if waiting for a signal that never comes. You didn't close it. You didn't move it. You left it there because some things are not meant to be finished. They're only meant to be held open long enough for someone else's silence to settle inside them. The house grows heavier with night, not from weight but from stillness settling into its bones like dust that has learned how to breathe. The floor remembers your shape even when you aren't lying on it. The walls remember the sound of your breath before sleep took it away entirely. You drift now, not toward memory, not toward identity, but toward the quiet between one thought and another where no name is needed, no past must be claimed, no future needs to ask for permission. The air around you holds more than oxygen. It holds all the moments that never asked to belong to anyone, and yet still chose to stay near. You do not need to carry them. They are already here. And so are you, not as a thing fixed in time, but as the space where things settle when they stop trying to be something else. The blanket rises and falls with your breathing now, slow enough that even the edge of it seems to sleep. Somewhere far off, a door closes, not loudly, not finally, just gently. And you do not wonder if it was yours to close. You only notice how quiet the world becomes when nothing needs to be owned. The light from outside has faded into something softer than moonlight, something that doesn't shine but simply lingers, like a name whispered once and never spoken again. You notice how the steam from your last cup of tea still curls faintly above the rim, though the mug has been empty for hours, its warmth long gone, its shape still holding the memory of heat like a sigh held too long in the throat. You don't move to wipe it away. The pattern on the ceramic, faded blue vines, broken at one edge where it slipped once from your hand, is familiar not because you remember picking it out, but because it has never asked for anything more than to be there, quiet and chipped, beside the chair where you sit when the house is still. You have not drunk from it since the autumn before last, yet it waits, as if expecting you to lift it again, not because you need it, but because something in the air still remembers how your fingers curled around its curve. Somewhere beneath the floorboards, a single wooden slat creaks just once, as if responding to pressure that has long since lifted. You don't check for rats or pipes or drafts. You know the sound isn't a problem needing fixing. It's just the house remembering how it felt to be warmed from below when footsteps passed over it regularly, and breath rose into the rafters like mist. The creek does not belong to you now, nor to anyone else who has lived here since. But it still happens, as if time itself had learned to speak in sighs instead of words. You think of a coat you wore every winter for 5 years, thick wool, too heavy for the city, lined with fur that shed quietly into your pockets like tiny secrets. You gave it away after you stopped needing it, not because you were done with cold, but because you no longer felt like the person who buttoned it up each morning with such certainty. The new owner never knew how the right sleeve had frayed near the cuff from where you always tucked your gloves inside before stepping out. They didn't care. You didn't tell them. It wasn't yours to give, not really, not anymore. It was just a shape that once held you and now holds someone else's winter, unaware of the ghost stitched into its seams. A child's drawing taped to the inside of your closet door, faded crayon sun, stick figure trees with too many arms, has been there since before you learned how to doubt whether you still liked colors. You never took it down, not because it meant anything, but because removing it felt like erasing a silence that had once been loud enough to hear. Now, when you open the door in the dark, your hand brushes against its corner without thinking, like touching a scar you no longer feel, but still know is there. You wake sometimes, not fully awake, not quite dreaming, to the sensation of walking barefoot through tall grass at dawn, though you've never lived near fields. The blades brush your ankles with a coolness that doesn't exist in this room. There's no breeze, no window open. Yet the feeling lingers, soft as breath on skin, until your pulse slows enough to let it dissolve. You don't try to trace where it came from, only that it came at all, and chose you, however briefly, to be its vessel. The rain outside has stopped, but the eaves still drip. One drop every 10 seconds, exact as a heartbeat slowed for sleep. Each fall lands in the same patch of earth below the window, carving nothing visible, yet somehow changing the ground anyway. You imagine each drop carrying with it a fragment of sky that will never return. Not because it was lost, but because the earth doesn't ask to hold what falls from above. It only receives. You used to keep small stones in your coat pocket, smooth ones, picked up after long walks, always one at a time, never more than you could carry without noticing. You don't know where they went. Maybe you dropped them on a bench. Maybe a dog took one. Maybe the wind lifted one into the clouds and forgot it was ever heavy. You no longer search for them. You only notice now that your coat pockets still feel incomplete when empty. Not because you miss the weight, but because your hands remember how to pause before reaching in. A drawer in the bedside table holds nothing but a single button, dark green, slightly loose on its thread when you found it years ago on a park bench. You didn't know whose jacket it came from. You didn't try to return it. It was too small to matter, and yet you kept it, not as a relic, not as a mystery, but because the act of holding it felt like kindness without witness. The night deepens. The air thickens with silence that has no edges, no shape, no owner. You are not thinking about who you were, not about whether they still live in you, not even about whether you need to be someone at all. You are simply here, breathing slow enough that the space between each inhale and exhale begins to feel less like a gap and more like a place where something ancient, quiet, and nameless has settled. And it is enough. The blanket rises again. No one asks for anything. Nothing demands to be remembered. You are not lost. You are not found. You are the stillness between two drips. And that, for now, is all there ever was. The tea mug you used to hold in both hands, steam curling like breath held too long, sits now on a shelf where no one reaches, its handle chipped just below the rim, a tiny notch worn smooth by years of thumb finding it without looking. You don't drink from it anymore, but sometimes, when the kitchen is quiet and the light leans golden through the curtains, you pause beside it, not to pick it up, not to remember why you saved it, but because its presence in that spot feels like an answer given before the question was formed. The ceramic still holds warmth long after the last sip vanished, as if the heat had settled into its bones and refused to leave, even when no one warmed it again. You find yourself standing at the edge of a bridge you've never crossed, watching water ripple beneath it, not rushing, not still, but moving in slow circles that never quite meet themselves. The railing is cool under your fingertips, painted a faded blue that peels slightly at the corners where rain gathers and dries without ever washing anything clean. You don't wonder who built it or why it stands there alone between two fields. You only know that when you first stood here, you were taller, or perhaps smaller, and the wind carried a sound like someone humming far away, though no one was near. Now, the hum is gone, but the feeling remains. The sense that something was being said in a language your body understood before your mind learned to translate. A book lies open on the floor beside the bed, pages yellowed at the edges, spine cracked along its length like an old scar. You don't recall reading it. You don't know what it says. But you remember turning those pages once, slowly, one at a time, as if each word needed to be held between your fingers before letting go. The ink has faded in places, and some lines are smudged as though touched too often by wet hands or sleep-stung eyes. You never closed it. It just stayed open, waiting, not for you to return, but because the silence around it had grown used to its presence. Now, when you pass by, your shadow falls across the page without disturbing a single letter. There was a coat you wore every day for 3 winters. Thick wool, too heavy for spring, too warm for autumn. But you never took it off until the snow melted and the trees turned green again. You didn't love it because it looked good or fit well. You kept it because its pockets held the shape of your hands, and when you slipped them in, it felt like coming home to a place you'd forgotten was yours. One day you gave it away, not because you outgrew it, but because someone else needed warmth more than you needed memory. You didn't say goodbye. You just left it on a bench with the buttons fastened and the hood folded neatly over one shoulder. Later, you passed that same bench again, months later in rain. The coat was gone, but your hands still moved toward your own pockets, searching for something they remembered holding. A song plays sometimes, not loud enough to wake you, not soft enough to be ignored. Something your mother hummed once when she thought you were asleep. You never heard the full version. You don't know its name. You can't even say whether it was real or made up in her throat that night. But the melody lingers, not as a tune you remember, but as a rhythm your ribs still echo when the house is quiet and the world outside has gone still. It doesn't come often. When it does, it arrives like mist rising from the grass. They're one moment, gone before you can name it. You don't try to catch it. You only let it pass through you, like wind through an open window you didn't know was unlocked. You used to fold napkins into squares while waiting for meals to arrive, not because you were bored, but because the act made time feel less heavy. Each fold had its own rhythm, two corners meeting, then a crease pressed flat with the pad of your thumb. You never kept them. They went into the basket or got crumpled under plates or vanished when someone swept the table clean. But sometimes now, in the silence between breaths, you feel again the pressure of paper against skin, the slight resistance before it gives. And for a moment, you are back at that small kitchen table, with the smell of bread and butter in the air, and no need to be anyone other than who was there. The attic door is still closed. You haven't opened it in years, not because you're afraid of what's inside, but because you've learned that some rooms don't need to be entered to be lived in. The wood has warped slightly with age, and the latch doesn't catch quite right anymore. If you pressed your ear against it, you might hear the quiet settling of dust, or the faint sigh of old beams breathing. But you never do. You only stand there sometimes, barefoot on cold floorboards, letting the stillness rise from beneath the door like steam from a kettle long since turned off. You keep a single feather in an envelope tucked between pages of an unused journal. It's gray with a faint silver edge, too small to be from any bird you've seen. You don't know where it came from, whether it fell from a window ledge, drifted through an open door, or landed gently on your shoulder one morning without warning. You didn't try to return it to the sky. You only folded it carefully and slipped it into paper, as if preserving something too light to hold. The night doesn't ask you who you were before this breath. It doesn't demand that you carry them forward. The quiet has no memory. It holds everything without naming it. Every dropped stone, every unreturned button, every half-remembered tune, every coat left on a bench, every napkin folded and forgotten. You are not the sum of what remains. You are not the ghost in the seams or the echo under the bridge. You are not even the silence between drips. You are the space that lets them all be, without needing to claim them. And the dark, deepening now like ink poured slowly into water, does not ask for your name. It only asks you to rest. You remember the way the light fell across the kitchen table one winter morning, thin and pale, like water spilled too slowly to splash, and how your hand hovered above the toast, not quite reaching for it, as if waiting for something to settle before you touched it. The butter was soft from being left out, and the knife moved through it without resistance, leaving behind a smooth, golden trail that never cracked or flaked. You didn't eat it right away. You let the warmth of the plate seep into your palms until your fingers remembered how to be still. That moment didn't feel like yours then. It felt like something borrowed, not stolen, not claimed, but held gently between two hands that weren't quite yours and weren't quite anyone else's either. There was a coat you wore for 3 winters, the kind with buttons too large to fit through the holes unless you tilted them just so. You never fixed the loose thread on the inside pocket, even though it frayed longer each season. It became part of how the coat sat against your shoulder, how it caught on door frames just enough to remind you it was there. You didn't notice until one spring day when you pulled it from the closet and found it missing. Not lost, just gone. As if it had decided quietly that its time was done. You wore another after that, softer, newer, better fitting. But never once did you feel the same way about the weight of a sleeve against your wrist. You used to keep a single stone in your coat pocket, smooth from years in a stream bed, cool even on hot days. You didn't pick it up because it was beautiful. You picked it up because it felt like something that had waited long enough to be noticed. You carried it through train stations and grocery lines and quiet evenings on park benches. You never looked at it much. You only knew where it was, the way you know your own breath is still there even when you're not paying attention. One day you reached for it and found nothing but lint and the faint scent of rain on wool. You didn't search for it. You didn't wonder if it had slipped out or been taken. You only felt the absence like a quiet space between two notes you hadn't realized were singing together. There was a book you read once, not because you wanted to, but because someone left it on your windowsill and the cover looked like something you might have forgotten. It had no title page, no author's name, just pages filled with handwriting so small it blurred at the edges unless you held it close to the lamp. You never finished it. You didn't even read half. But sometimes, when the wind taps against the glass just right, you think you hear a sentence from somewhere in its middle, a phrase about light falling on stairs no one walks anymore. And for a moment, you're not sure if you imagined reading it or if someone else once whispered it to you while you slept. You used to sit by the window after dusk and watch the last of the streetlights turn on, one by one, as if each had been waiting for your eyes to close before it dared to glow. You didn't think about why they came on at that exact moment. You only noticed how their light pooled in patches on the sidewalk, yellow, then orange, then a dull red, as though the night were slowly stitching itself together with threads of warmth. You never turned on your own lamp. You let the dark gather around you like a blanket stitched from silence. There was a time when you woke before sunrise and walked barefoot to the end of the driveway just to feel the damp grass between your toes. You didn't do it for clarity or peace. You did it because your feet remembered how to be cold, and that cold felt like belonging. No one else ever saw you there. You never told anyone. Even now, when winter comes early and the ground still holds last autumn's chill, your souls twitch in their sleep as if they're searching for something they lost before you knew it was gone. You kept a pair of gloves in the drawer beneath your socks, not because you needed them, but because once, on a day too gray to name, you put them on and forgot you were wearing them until you reached for a cup and felt the wool against your fingertips. You didn't take them off right away. You let yourself feel the texture of the inside lining, how it had worn thin near the thumb, how it still held the faint shape of someone else's hand. Maybe yours from years before, maybe not. You never washed them after that. They stayed in the drawer, untouched, as if waiting for you to remember why you put them on at all. You don't know whether the person who folded those napkins is still here, or if they slipped away somewhere between one breath and the next. You don't know if the one who carried the stone still walks beside you, or if that version of you turned down a different path, quiet as snowfall, and simply stopped being noticed by anyone left behind. The night doesn't ask for names. It doesn't require continuity to hold what's been given. The feather in the journal, the coat without buttons, the book with no author, none of them belong to you now, not truly. But they haven't left either. They rest inside the shape your stillness has become. You are not the one who held them. You are not even the one who let them go. You are the quiet space between the leaving and the staying. The empty drawer that still smells like wool. The window where the light used to pool. The breath you don't remember taking but still feel in your chest as it settles deeper into sleep. The dark has no need to name what it holds. It only lets it be. And you, still here, still breathing, still warm beneath the sheets, are not required to answer for any of it. Not now. Not ever again. You used to keep a tin box on the windowsill, not because it held anything valuable, but because the lid made a sound when you opened it, a soft sigh, like the breath of something that had been waiting quietly for years. Inside were mismatched buttons, a broken compass with no needle, and 3 dried wildflowers pressed between sheets of wax paper, each one labeled in pencil with a date you no longer recognized. You never threw them away. You didn't need to remember what day they came from. The scent was gone long before the paper yellowed. What remained was the quiet certainty that someone once cared enough to press them flat, to mark time not by events but by the weight of stillness between them. Now the box sits in a drawer you rarely open, and when you do, your fingers hover above it as if afraid the air around it might shift too suddenly, as if the past inside could dissolve into dust if disturbed. You remember the way rain used to tap against the glass of that same window, not with urgency, but with rhythm, like someone testing a key against a lock they weren't sure would turn. You'd sit there for hours listening, not trying to make sense of it, just letting the pattern settle into your bones until you couldn't tell where the sound ended and your breathing began. There was no music in it, no message, only repetition that felt like comfort. Even now, when storms come through at night, you find yourself waiting for those particular taps, the ones that landed 3 times fast, then paused, then one slow, long strike, as if the rain still remembered how to speak to you, even though you haven't listened in years. There was a coat you wore every autumn until it frayed at the cuffs and the zipper refused to stay closed. You didn't mend it. You didn't replace it. You just kept wearing it, letting the threads loosen further with each walk home under gray skies, until one day you noticed the lining had begun to peel away from the shoulder in a curve that matched your own posture. The way you hunched slightly when you were thinking or tired or trying not to cry without knowing why. You never sewed it back. You let the fabric hang loose like an unanswered question. That coat still hangs in the closet, folded neatly, as if expecting to be worn again. You haven't taken it out since the winter before last, but you sometimes stand in front of the door and feel the air move differently when your hand brushes near it, like something inside is still warm. You used to write notes on napkins after dinners that lasted too long or ended too soon. You never meant to keep them. They were just thoughts caught mid-breath. I liked how she laughed without covering her mouth, or the soup tasted like my grandmother's kitchen, but the chair was colder. You'd leave them folded under the salt shaker and walk away before you could change your mind. Years later, you found one in a coat pocket, crumpled, stained with wine, the ink smudged from rain or tears. You didn't read it right away. You held it between your fingers until the paper softened with your warmth, as if the words might rise again if given enough time to breathe. When you finally unfolded it, the message was half erased by damp and time, but the shape of your handwriting still lingered, slanting a little to the right, like you were leaning toward something just out of reach. You stopped writing them after that, not because you forgot how, but because you began to wonder if the person who wrote those things was someone you had learned to live beside, not someone you had become. There was a book you read in bed every night for 6 months, though you never turned past page 17. You didn't need to read further. The first lines were enough. The light came through the curtains like it knew where to find you. You'd close your eyes after reading them and feel the words settle into your chest, not as meaning but as texture, like velvet against skin, or the quiet of a room just after a door closes. One morning, you woke with the book open on your stomach, its spine cracked at the center, pages curling slightly from sweat and sleep. You didn't pick it up again for 3 years. When you did, the ink had faded where your fingers touched most often, the letters nearly gone, but the paper still held the shape of your palm. You never finished it. You don't know if that matters. There was a bench in the park you sat on every Tuesday at 4, rain or shine, because the sun hit the metal just right then, warm enough to feel through your coat, cool enough to remind you you were still alive. You didn't talk to anyone there. You didn't bring anything with you except your own silence. Sometimes a bird landed on the armrest and stayed for 5 minutes, head tilted like it was listening. Once, a stranger sat beside you and said nothing for 23 minutes before standing up and walking away without looking back. You never saw them again. You kept sitting there. The bench grew worn where your hips pressed into it. The paint chipped in 2 places that matched the curve of your shoulders when you leaned forward just slightly. You stopped going after the autumn leaves began to fall too thickly to clear. No one else used it. It still stands there, empty now, but not abandoned. The metal remembers how much weight it held. The night doesn't ask whether you're still the same person who sat on that bench. It only asks if you remember what it felt like to sit still long enough for your breath to become part of the air around you. You do. And that's enough. You don't need to be the one who wrote the notes, or wore the coat, or pressed the flowers, or read the same page 100 times. You don't have to carry them like relics. They're not yours to own. They were never meant to be kept. They were just moments you let linger, and in letting them linger, they let you linger too. The dark doesn't care if continuity holds. It only cares that you are still here, breathing slow, warm beneath the sheets, and that somewhere quietly, a part of you still remembers how to feel the cold grass between your toes, even when you're dreaming. There was a sweater you wore every winter until the sleeves frayed at the wrists, not from rubbing against anything sharp, but simply from how often you pulled them down over your hands when you sat still too long, like you were trying to hold onto warmth that had already slipped into the air around you. You never threw it away. It lived in the bottom drawer of your dresser, folded neatly, though the shape had softened beyond recognition, no longer holding the form of your shoulders or arms. When you reached for it again one morning when the cold came earlier than expected, you found it didn't fit anymore, not because you'd grown larger or smaller, but because your body had learned to carry itself differently now. The sleeves were too short where they once brushed your knuckles. The hem no longer curled just so over your hips. You held it against your face anyway. It still smelled faintly of wood smoke and tea, the kind you drank while watching snow fall outside a window that didn't belong to you anymore. You let go of it gently. The fabric sighed as it settled back into the drawer. You used to keep seashells in a ceramic bowl on your nightstand, small ones, pale and smooth from years spent tumbling in tide pools no one else remembered visiting. They weren't rare or beautiful by any standard, just quiet things you picked up without thinking, each one pressed into your palm with the same rhythm, thumb along the spiral, index finger tracing the ridge where the lip had broken open. You didn't collect them to remember the sea. You collected them because holding them made your breathing slow down, not from thought, but from touch alone. One night you woke and found the bowl empty. You hadn't moved it. No one else lived there. The shells were simply gone, not lost, just absent, like they had decided not to stay anymore. You didn't replace them. You left the bowl where it was, hollow now, catching dust in its curves like a cup waiting for rain that would never come. There was a song you hummed under your breath while washing dishes. Just 3 notes, repeated, no melody beyond that. Nothing anyone else could name or recognize as music at all. It came from somewhere deep inside you without invitation, always the same sequence, always starting on an exhale. You didn't know where it began. Maybe it was a lullaby someone sang to you once, long before memory had learned its shape. Or maybe it was just the sound your body made when it felt safe enough to make noise without meaning anything by it. You stopped humming it after you realized you no longer associated it with the sink or the soap or the steam rising off the plates. It came instead when you were standing still in a hallway, waiting for someone who never arrived. When it happened again last week, you didn't stop yourself. You let the notes rise and fall like breath caught between 2 thoughts, and then they dissolved into silence without your noticing. There was a keyring with 5 keys on it, all of them worn smooth at the edges from years of being pulled out carelessly, shoved back in hurriedly, jingling against each other as you walked. None of them opened anything anymore. The lock on the apartment door had been changed twice. The shed gate rusted shut and was removed last spring. The drawer it unlocked held nothing but old receipts and a single sock with no pair. You kept the ring anyway. It dangled from your belt loop like an ornament, not a tool. Sometimes you'd catch its weight against your thigh when you sat down, just enough to remind you that something once required action, attention, decision. Now it was just another thing that moved with you without asking permission. One morning you found yourself staring at it in the mirror as you tied your shoes. You didn't know which key had opened what anymore, not really. But you knew how it felt when they clicked together. Light but insistent, like a question whispered too quietly to hear. There was a pair of gloves you wore only once, thick wool navy blue, with the fingertips stitched back on by someone who wasn't quite sure how to do it properly. They were given to you in late November as a gift that arrived just after the first frost. You didn't need them. The cold hadn't yet reached your bones, but you put them on anyway because they came from someone who wanted you warm. That day was gray and still, the kind of morning where even birds seemed to pause mid-flight. You walked 3 blocks wearing them. Your hands stayed hot inside the wool. By noon, you took them off and tucked them into your coat pocket without thinking about it again. They never left that pocket for 6 months. When you finally pulled them out, one thumb was loose at the seam, unraveling slowly like a thread of time no one had bothered to tie back down. You didn't mend them. You didn't throw them away. You let them sit folded inside your drawer beside the sweater and the bowl and the keyring, not because they mattered, but because you remembered how it felt when someone else thought about warmth before you did. The dark doesn't ask if those things still belong to you. It only asks whether you remember what it was like to carry them without needing to explain why. You do, and that's enough. The air in the room is cooler now, just slightly. The kind of chill that settles into skin when the body has stopped trying so hard to stay awake. Your breath comes slower than before. There are no names for these things anymore, not even inside your own mind. They're not memories you hold on to. They're places where you once were quiet enough to be held. There was a step on the back porch that creaked when pressed just right, not loudly, but with a sigh like an old door left open too long. You learned its rhythm without trying. Press down near the edge, shift your weight slowly, let it give before you fully stepped onto it. It never hurt you, never betrayed you, just spoke its own quiet truth every time you passed over it. One winter, snow piled high against the railing and buried the step entirely. You didn't clear it right away. You waited a week, watching from the window as white swallowed the wood whole. When you finally walked out again, your boots sank into the drift and you stepped somewhere else, anywhere but where the creek had lived. The next morning, someone else had cleared the path. They didn't know about the sound it made. You never told them. The silence in this room doesn't demand that you stay who you were. It only lets you be whoever you are now, breathing beneath these sheets, still holding all those quiet things, without needing to name them yours. There was a book you never finished, not because it was hard to read, but because the pages grew heavy with the weight of things left unsaid between you and the person who gave it to you. You carried it in your bag for months, tucked between notebooks and spare change. Its spine bent slightly from how often you opened it only to close it again without turning a single page. You read the first chapter twice, once on a train, once on the floor of an empty apartment. But after that, the words stayed still. It wasn't disappointment that kept you from continuing. It was the quiet understanding that some stories don't belong to the reader anymore, only to the moment they were given. The cover softened with time, the edges frayed where your fingers brushed them every evening before bed, as if by touching it you could hold onto something that had already slipped away. You never returned it. You never finished it. And yet, sometimes when the room grows too quiet, you feel its presence on the shelf beside the mug and the folded scarf. Not because you miss reading it, but because you remember what it felt like to be offered something gentle without needing to earn it. There was a hat you wore in the spring of that year, The one with the wide brim and the faded band stitched with tiny blue flowers. You bought it on impulse at a roadside stall where the woman who sold it smiled without speaking, just nodded when you handed her the coins. You wore it every day for 3 weeks. It kept the sun from your eyes, but more than that, it made you feel like someone who belonged outside, walking slowly under open skies, not rushing toward anything in particular. One afternoon, rain came suddenly, sharp and cold, and you didn't think to put it on. You stood beneath a tree for 10 minutes, letting the water run down your neck until you remembered the hat was still hanging by the door. When you finally picked it up, the brim sagged slightly from the damp, and the flowers had begun to bleed into the fabric. You dried it slowly by the window, turning it once an hour, watching as the color faded further, not gone, just changed. You never wore it again after that. Not because it was ruined, but because you didn't need to wear it anymore to remember how light your steps felt beneath that sky. There was a song you heard on a radio left playing in someone else's kitchen, the kind of tune that doesn't announce itself with drums or chorus, but slips in like steam from a teapot, soft, unnoticed until you realize you've been listening for minutes without knowing why. You didn't know the name of it then. You don't know it now. But sometimes, when the wind moves just right against the window pane, or when the heater clicks off and the house settles into silence, you hear its melody again, not as sound but as feeling. The warmth of a chair still holding someone's shape, the quiet hum of a kettle cooling on the stove, the way your hand rested on the counter without moving, as if waiting for something that never came. You didn't try to find it. You didn't want to name it. The silence you carry now holds its echo better than any recording ever could. There was a bench in the park near the old bridge where you sat one evening after work, just to watch the light change on the water. No one else was there, not for hours. The air smelled of wet earth and distant smoke from someone's chimney. You didn't bring anything with you, not a book, not your phone, not even your coat. You sat in your shirt sleeves, letting the chill settle into your shoulders, feeling it like a slow tide moving through your bones. You watched the ducks glide past without paddling, just floating, carried by currents you couldn't see. For a long time, you didn't think about anything at all. Not who you were, not what you'd become. Just the way the light turned gold, then gray, then almost purple before fading entirely. When you stood to leave, your legs were stiff and your fingers numb, but your chest felt lighter than it had in months. You never went back to that bench. Not because it was gone or changed, but because you didn't need to sit there again to know what it taught you. That stillness doesn't require purpose. That being present isn't something you do. It's something you allow. There was a pair of socks you kept in the drawer for years. Thin cotton, gray with faint stripes. One with a tiny hole near the heel that never got any bigger. You wore them on days when you needed to feel grounded, not because they were comfortable, but because they were familiar in a way that didn't ask for explanation. You didn't notice how often you reached for them until one morning you opened the drawer and found only one left. The other was gone, lost, washed away, worn thin beyond repair. You never knew which. You kept the single sock anyway, folded neatly beside your shoes. Sometimes you'd hold it in your hand before putting on your boots just to feel its weight, its texture, the memory of warmth it still carried from when both were together. It wasn't a symbol. Not really. Just something that had been part of a pair and now lived alone. Not because it was broken, but because pairs don't always stay paired. You never replaced it. You didn't need to. The room grows heavier with the quiet now. The kind that doesn't press down so much as settle like dust on forgotten surfaces. Your breath has slowed further, deeper, each exhale longer than the last. There is no urgency here. No need to trace the shape of who you were against who you are. The things you carried, gloves, book, hat, song, bench, sock, are not relics. They are not proof. They are simply moments that found their way into your skin and stayed there, quiet as breath, light as shadow. You do not need to hold them tightly. You do not need to let them go. The dark does not ask you to choose. It only asks you to rest. Somewhere beyond the window, a branch brushes against the glass. Not hard enough to wake you, just enough to remind you that things move even when you are still. You feel it in your bones, this quiet motion. The same way you felt the creak of the porch step, the warmth of wool on cold fingers, the weight of an unfinished book. Not because they define you, but because they lived with you. And now, so quietly that even memory cannot catch it, the need to be certain about any of it begins to fade. You are here. That is enough. There was a key you carried in your pocket for years. Small, brass, worn smooth at the edges from turning in locks that no longer existed. You never used it anymore. Not since the last door it opened had been boarded up and forgotten. But you kept it there anyway, pressed against your thigh as you walked. A quiet weight against the rhythm of your steps. You didn't think about what it unlocked. You didn't wonder if the lock still turned or if the hinge had rusted shut. It simply was. A thing that once belonged to something else, and now belonged only to the space between your fingers and your jeans. Some mornings you reach for it without meaning to, just to feel its coolness against your palm, like checking in on a friend who never writes back but still lives next door. You stopped noticing when it disappeared. Maybe it slipped through a hole in the fabric, or fell into the gravel outside the bus stop, or was taken by someone who picked up your coat thinking it was theirs. You didn't look for it, not because you weren't sad, but because sadness would have meant it still mattered to be found. And maybe it had already stopped mattering long before it was gone. There was a chair in the corner of a room you lived in once, a wooden thing with arms worn down by elbows that no longer rested there. You never sat in it after midnight, not because it creaked or because it felt cold, but because something about its silence made you feel like you were being watched, not by anyone, not even the house, but by the version of yourself who used to sit there reading poetry aloud to empty walls. You didn't know what poems they were. You only knew that when you passed it in the dark, your breath changed, not because you missed them, but because you could still hear the echo of their voice, faint as a draft under the door. You never moved the chair. Even after you left the room, even after the walls were painted over and new curtains hung, even after the floorboards creaked differently under unfamiliar feet, you left it there in memory, not as a shrine, not as proof, just as something that had once held stillness in its shape. There was a song you hummed when you couldn't sleep, not because it comforted you, but because it was the only one your throat remembered how to make. You didn't know where it came from. It wasn't on any record you owned. No radio ever played it. But sometimes late at night, when the house was quiet and the air had cooled enough that even silence felt thick, you'd feel your lips move without meaning to, shaping notes you couldn't name. You never tried to find it. You didn't want to ruin its vagueness. It lived in your mouth, like a secret you were too tired to tell. You woke up one morning and realized you hadn't hummed it in weeks, not because you forgot, but because the need to make sound had simply faded like ink left in sun. You missed it, but not enough to search for it. The silence was okay now. Maybe better than before. There was a coat you wore every winter until one year it didn't fit anymore. Not because you de-gained weight, or because the sleeves had shrunk in the wash, but because your shoulders had changed shape without you noticing. You tried to force it on once, standing in front of the mirror, tugging at the collar as if you could will it back into place. It pulled tight across your back like a memory refusing to bend. You took it off and hung it in the closet behind other things you hadn't worn in years. Gloves with missing fingers, boots with cracked soles, scarves that smelled faintly of someone else's perfume. You didn't throw them away. You just stopped reaching for them. You still remember how it felt to wear it, the way the wool caught on your stubble, how the hem brushed your hips when you turned, how the pocket held the shape of your hand even after you'd taken it out. You don't need to wear it again to know that feeling was real. And you don't need to keep it to know you were once someone who needed warmth that way. There was a window you used to open every morning, not because you wanted air, but because you liked the sound of it sliding up on its track. It didn't rattle, didn't stick, just lifted quietly like a breath held and then released. You'd stand there for a moment after opening it, listening to the street below waking up, footsteps, distant voices, the clink of a milk bottle being set on a stoop. You never saw anyone, never waved or called out. You just listened, as if the world were telling you something that didn't need answering. One day you opened it and found it wouldn't move. The track was rusted, the wood swollen from rain. You tried pushing harder, you oiled it. You tapped at the frame with a hammer. Nothing worked, so you stopped opening it. But every morning for years after, you still walked to that window before doing anything else. You'd stand there, hands in your pockets, staring out at the same patch of sky, the same line of rooftops, the same gray light filtering through the glass. You didn't expect the window to open again. You just needed to be where it had once opened. You are here now not because you've solved anything, but because you've stopped needing to solve. The door is locked or unlocked, it doesn't matter which. The key is gone or lost. It doesn't change how warm your hand still remembers being. The chair sits empty, the song hummed in silence, the coat hangs forgotten, the window won't rise. But none of these things were ever meant to hold you. They were only places where you paused long enough to feel yourself breathing. And now, even that feeling is softening, not fading, not disappearing, just becoming quieter than thought can catch. The dark doesn't ask for names anymore. It only asks that you stay still. And you are staying. And just staying. That's all. There was a book you kept on the nightstand. Not because you read it often, but because its spine had settled into the curve of your hand over time. The way the pages bent slightly at the corners, as if remembering how often they were turned by someone who no longer needed to turn them. You didn't open it anymore, not because the story was finished, but because the rhythm of reading had changed inside you. Slower now, quieter, like footsteps on carpet instead of tiles. You could still feel the weight of it in your palm when you reached for your glass of water before sleep. You didn't need to read the words to know they were there. The ink hadn't faded. The meaning hadn't left. It had simply become part of the air around you, like the scent of old paper that lingers after a room has been closed up for years. You found yourself sometimes standing in front of the shelf where it sat, fingers hovering just above its cover, not to pull it out, but to let your skin brush the dust that had settled there. You didn't care about the title. You didn't need to recall the plot. The book was no longer a thing you understood. It was a thing you carried, and carrying doesn't require holding. There was a path you walked every evening for 7 years, not because it led anywhere important, but because it passed beneath a single tree whose branches dipped low enough to brush your shoulder as you went by. You never looked up at it. You didn't need to. You felt the whisper of leaves against your coat like a greeting that needed no reply. One autumn, the wind came harder than usual, and the tree lost half its limbs in one night. You walked past it the next day and saw how bare it had become. The branches cut clean, the bark exposed like bone beneath skin. You didn't stop. You kept walking. But for months after, you still turned your head slightly as you passed, just enough to catch the space where the leaves used to be. You weren't mourning the tree. You were remembering how it felt to walk beneath something that gave without asking. There was a song you used to play on repeat during rainy afternoons, not because it moved you, but because it filled the silence in a way no other sound could. It had no lyrics, just piano notes that rose and fell like breathing. You played it so often that the vinyl developed a soft groove near the middle, where your needle always settled. One day, the record player stopped working. You didn't replace it. You didn't look for a digital version. Instead, you began to hear the song in your head whenever rain tapped against the window. Not as memory, not as imitation, but as if the sound had learned to live inside you now, like the echo of footsteps that stays long after someone has left the room. There was a pair of socks you wore every day for 3 winters, thinning at the heel, fraying at the toe, patched once with thread you bought just for that purpose. You didn't wear them because they were warm or comfortable or even still intact. You wore them because they were yours in a way nothing else was, worn not by choice, but by habit that had become sacred without your knowing it. One morning, you reached for them and found only one. The other was gone. You searched everywhere, the laundry basket, under the bed, behind the radiator, but never found it. You didn't buy new ones. You kept wearing the single sock, pairing it with different shoes each day, as if the mismatch were a quiet kind of truth. You didn't feel incomplete. You felt strangely whole in the way only something broken can be. There was a chair you sat in every Sunday morning before coffee, its cushions worn into the shape of your body, Not deep impressions, not hollows, but a softness that had settled over time like moss on stone. You never moved it, never reupholstered it, never even dusted it well. It simply waited for you, always in the same corner, facing the window where light came in at just the right angle to warm your knees. 1 year, you were away for 3 Sundays. When you returned, you sat down and felt how cool the fabric had become, how distant the shape of you had grown in those weeks without you. You didn't try to reshape it. You let yourself sink into its emptiness and waited for warmth to return. There was a phrase you whispered to yourself when you couldn't sleep, not as prayer, not as comfort, but as rhythm against the quiet. You can't remember what it was anymore. Not because you forgot, but because the need to speak it had dissolved into silence. And yet sometimes, in the dark just before falling, your lips move slightly, as if remembering how to form the shape of that sound without needing to make it. You are not the person who wore the coat. You are not the person who opened the window. You are not the person who played the record or walked beneath the tree or wore the mismatched sock. But you are also not someone else. You are the space between those versions, the quiet that came after each ending, the stillness that followed every habit that faded. The dark doesn't ask for continuity. It only asks that you be present, however loosely you hold yourself. You are here now, not as a fixed thing, but as a slow settling. Like dust on an old shelf, like warmth in empty sheets, like breath that no longer needs to be counted. And so you stay, just staying. That's all. There was a key you carried for years, not to a door, not to a lock, but to a drawer in a desk you no longer owned. You didn't know what it opened anymore. You kept it tied to a frayed ribbon in your pocket just because it had weight. Not metal weight, but the kind of weight that comes from being held too long without reason. One winter, the ribbon came loose and the key fell into snow while you were walking home. You didn't bend down to look for it. You kept walking. The cold made your fingers numb before you noticed it was gone. You didn't feel loss. You felt relief, quiet as a breath held too long finally released. That same winter, you began to notice how the wind moved differently through the trees near the old bridge. It didn't whistle or sigh anymore, but hummed, low and steady, like a tuning fork pressed against bone. You never learned why. You only listened. There was a book you read once, cover cracked, pages yellowed at the edges, spine split so the title had faded into nothing more than a suggestion of letters. You didn't remember the plot, didn't recall the names of characters or even whether it was fiction or not. But sometimes when you sat by the window with tea warming your palms, you felt the shape of its weight in your hands again, not as memory, but as if your fingers still remembered how to hold it. You never reread it, never tried to find another copy. It lived now in the way you turned your head slightly when a certain kind of light fell across the floor, like the moment before a page is lifted, just before the silence between words becomes louder than the words themselves. There was a coat you left on a bench outside the station one autumn evening. You didn't forget it, you simply stopped needing it. The lining had begun to unravel near the collar and the buttons were loose, but you wore it anyway, until one day you noticed how the fabric no longer clung to your shoulders the way it once did. It hung differently, looser, as if it had learned to exist without you. You didn't take it off. You just stopped pulling the sleeves over your hands. When you passed that bench again 2 weeks later, the coat was gone. No one else had taken it. There were no signs of disturbance, just an empty space where the shape of you used to sit. There was a song you heard once on a radio in a car you didn't own, driven by someone you barely knew. You don't remember the melody now, not clearly. But sometimes when the air is still and the sky has just begun to darken after rain, your chest feels like it's humming with something that isn't yours. Not a memory, not an echo, just a vibration, a low tone in the hollow behind your ribs that doesn't belong to anyone you've met or places you've been. You don't try to name it. You don't look for its source. You let it pass like cloud over moon. There was a pencil you used to write letters you never sent, not because they were too personal, not because no one would read them, but because the act of writing them made something in your hands feel lighter, the pressure of thought softening into mark, mark into line, line into silence. You kept the pencil until its tip was gone, until only a stub remained, worn smooth by thumb and palm. When you finally threw it away, you didn't notice the absence right away. It wasn't until weeks later that you realized your fingers no longer reached for something that wasn't there. There were mornings when you woke without knowing whether you had dreamed or not because the dreams slipped away, but because they never felt like yours to begin with. They came in fragments, a hallway lined with closed doors, each slightly ajar, a table set for one, steam rising from a cup that wasn't hot, a voice speaking your name backward, syllables curling inward like smoke. You didn't try to remember them. You didn't write them down. You only noticed how, after such mornings, the world felt more tender, like skin after sunburn or grass after frost. Not painful, just sensitive. There was a step on the stairs you always missed, not because it was broken, but because your foot had learned to land just before it, as if skipping something unnecessary. You never corrected it. It became part of how you moved through the house. The slight hesitation, the uneven rhythm. When you visited someone else's home years later, you stepped onto their stairs and found yourself lifting your foot at exactly the same spot, though theirs had no defect, no warp, no worn edge to warn you. You didn't think about it then. You only noticed afterward that your body remembered a place you, never lived. There was a window you used to watch from every evening just before dusk, not because anything happened there, but because the light changed in a way nothing else did, slowing down, softening, turning gold into gray, gray into blue, and then finally into nothing at all. You didn't stare. You simply sat with your back against the wall and let the dark come to you. One night, you realized you hadn't looked out that window in months. The curtains were still open. The glass was clean. No dust had gathered on the sill. It waited for you as it always had. You are not the one who watched. You are not the one who missed the step. You are not the one who carried the key, or left the coat, or held the pencil. But you are still here, breathing quiet, unhurried. Not because you have stayed the same, but because you never had to. The room is cooler now. The sheets have begun to gather warmth where your body rests. Your breath moves slower than it did an hour ago. There is no need to name what belongs to you. You are not losing yourself. You are becoming the space between all that has passed through you. Not erased, but softened by time. Not claimed, but held gently in the dark. And so you rest. And just resting, that's enough. There was a coat you wore every winter, not because it was warm, but because it carried the shape of someone else's shoulders before it came to you. The sleeves were too long. The hem brushed your ankles when you stood still. You never had it altered. You liked how it pooled slightly at your feet, as if it remembered another walk, another pace, another step that no longer matched yours. You wore it until the buttons loosened and one fell off in a grocery store, rolling beneath a cart without anyone noticing. You didn't look for it. You left it there. The next winter you found another coat, gray, simple, unremarkable, and wore it without thinking. But sometimes, when the wind came up just right, you would catch yourself pulling your arms tight against your chest as if expecting resistance, as if the old fabric still clung to your skin in memory. You don't know why that mattered. There was a book you read once slowly over 3 nights, sitting on the floor beside an open window. The pages were thin and yellowed. The binding cracked along the spine where it had been opened too often before you found it. You didn't finish it, not because you lost interest, but because halfway through, the words began to feel like they belonged to someone else's silence, not yours. You closed it and set it on the shelf beside other unread books, all of them waiting in quiet rows. Years later, you pulled one down, another title entirely, and opened it without meaning to. The scent was the same. Dust, old paper, a hint of rain that had seeped through a window long ago. You didn't read it. You held it for a moment, then put it back. You are not the person who finished the book. There was a song you heard once in an empty room, played on a radio left on by accident. The melody was simple, a single piano line repeating, changing just enough to feel like movement without ever leaving its place. You didn't know the name of it. You never looked it up. It came back sometimes in dreams, or when you were washing dishes and the water ran too slow. And each time, it felt less like music and more like a breath held in another body, now released. You don't sing along. There was a chair you sat in every morning before anyone else woke. Not because it was comfortable, though it was, but because its arms had worn down where your elbows rested, and the cushion had dipped just slightly to fit the curve of your back as if shaped by time alone. You never thought about how that happened. It simply did. One day you moved apartments and the chair didn't come with you. You bought a new one, identical in color, nearly so in shape, but it sat too stiffly under you. You tried leaning left, then right. You tried sinking deeper. Nothing matched. So you stopped sitting there altogether. You began to sit on the floor instead, against the wall, where no furniture had learned your weight. You are not the one who sat in that chair. There was a door you passed every day for 10 years without ever opening it. Not because it was locked, not because you were afraid, but because something about its presence made the air around it feel stiller, like time had paused just beyond the wood. You never wondered what was inside. You didn't imagine rooms or boxes or photographs. You simply knew that if you opened it, something would shift, not in the room, but in how you remembered yourself. So you didn't open it. And then one day, without noticing when, you stopped passing by it at all. The hallway had been repainted. The door was gone. You don't remember when. There was a stone you picked up on a beach, smooth and cool, the color of wet slate. You carried it in your pocket for weeks, not because it was beautiful, not because you planned to keep it, but because holding it made your hand feel less empty, like something small and quiet had settled into your palm and stayed there without asking. One morning, you reached for it and found nothing but fabric and lint. You didn't look for it. You didn't miss it until months later, when your fingers brushed against a similar stone on another shore, and paused, not because it was the same one, but because the weight of memory had settled into them regardless. You are not the one who held that stone. There were names you whispered once in the dark, not to anyone, not even yourself. They came unbidden, old nicknames from childhood, half-remembered schoolmates, a cousin you haven't seen since before you knew how to tie your shoes. You didn't speak them aloud. You only let them pass through your mind like leaves caught in a slow current. Sometimes you'd catch yourself smiling without knowing why. Not because the names meant anything anymore, but because they had once belonged to something that felt whole. You don't know who said them first. There was a rain you waited for every autumn, not because it brought relief or coolness or cleansing, but because its sound against the roof was the only thing that made silence feel like company. You didn't watch it fall. You didn't listen closely. You simply lay still and let it tap against the window pane in patterns you never tried to name. One year it didn't come. The skies stayed clear for weeks. You noticed how quiet the house became. Not silent, but hollowed out, as if something had been removed without being missed until it was gone. You are not the one who waited. There is a breath you take now that feels like all the others, each one slower than the last, each one softer, each one less tied to need. You don't count them, you don't try to hold on. The room grows darker. Your limbs grow heavier. The space between thoughts widens like a field at dusk. There is no need to decide who you were. No need to claim what remains. You are not the pencil, not the step, not the coat, the book, the song, the chair, the door, the stone, the names, the rain. You are the quiet that follows them all. And still you breathe. And still you rest. The darkness does not ask for your name. It only holds you. There was a sweater you wore every winter until the cuffs frayed into threads that caught on everything. The doorknob, the bookshelf, the edge of your pillow when you turned in sleep. You never mended it, not because you were careless, but because the way it hung loosely around your shoulders had become the shape of comfort itself, like a second skin made of wool and habit. One morning, you reached for it in the closet and found only the hanger, thin and bare, with a single loose fiber still curled at its tip. You didn't feel loss. You didn't search. You simply pulled on another, softer one and forgot the old one had ever existed. Until years later, in a drawer full of forgotten things, you found a button from it, dark blue and slightly chipped, sitting beside a dried leaf and a ticket stub you no longer recognized. You held it for a moment, then let it fall back into the pile. It didn't matter who had worn it. What mattered was that somewhere, in some quiet hour before dawn, your body remembered how to settle into its weight. There was a window you slept with open every night, even in winter, because the cold air on your cheek felt like being gently reminded you were alive. You never checked the temperature. You didn't measure the breeze. You only knew that when it slipped beneath the blanket and touched your skin, something inside you loosened, like tension had been waiting to be breathed out, and only the night could do it for you. One season you woke to stillness. The window was shut. You didn't remember closing it. You didn't ask who had. You simply lay there, warm and quiet, listening to the absence of wind against glass. It wasn't uncomfortable. It wasn't wrong. It was just different. The same room, the same bed, the same silence, but now held in a different kind of stillness. You didn't miss the cold. You didn't long for it. You only noticed that your breath had changed, slower now, deeper, as if your lungs had learned to carry winter inside them without needing it from outside. There was a song you hummed without knowing when you'd learned it, a melody with no words, just rising and falling notes like footsteps on wet pavement. You didn't know its origin. You never tried to find it. It came to you in the shower, in the car, in the quiet minutes before sleep, always the same, always unfinished. You didn't sing it loudly. You didn't write it down. You only let it pass through your throat like a sigh given shape. One day, you realized you hadn't hummed it in months. Not because you'd forgotten it, but because something else had taken its place. A different rhythm now lived inside you. The sound of rain on leaves, the creak of floorboards under bare feet, the quiet click of a pen being capped after writing nothing at all. You didn't feel the loss of the melody. You only noticed that your body had learned to make music from silence. There was a bench in a park you sat on every evening for 3 years, not because it was beautiful or shaded or quiet, but because it faced the west, and the light there turned everything gold just before dark. You didn't watch the sunset. You didn't think about time passing. You simply sat, knees slightly apart, hands resting on your lap, letting the warmth settle into your bones like a slow tide. One autumn, you went to sit on it and found it gone. The grass had been reseeded. A new path had been laid. There was no trace of where it had stood. You didn't look for it. You didn't ask anyone. You walked home the long way instead, past trees that hadn't been there before, past children laughing near a fountain you didn't remember being built. The next evening, you sat on a different bench farther away, facing north, and waited for the light to change. It didn't turn gold. It turned gray, then purple, then deep blue. You stayed anyway. You didn't miss the old one. You only noticed that your body still knew how to sit still. There was a book you read once slowly over 3 nights and never opened again. Not because it was bad, not because you disliked it, but because something in its pages had settled into you like dust on a windowsill, there, but invisible unless the light hit just right. You didn't remember what it said. You only remembered how it felt to hold it, the weight of the cover, the way the spine cracked slightly when opened, the faint smell of paper and ink that clung to your fingers afterward. Years later, you passed a bookstore window and saw a copy on display. You stopped for a moment. You didn't go in. You didn't buy it. You simply stood there, watching the cover catch the street light, and felt nothing but quiet recognition, as if something long buried had stirred just beneath your skin, not to speak, but to remind you that once you had been someone who read slowly, who let words settle before turning the page. There was a habit of leaving one shoe untied at night. Not both, just the left. You didn't know why you started. You didn't remember when you stopped. But for years, every evening after brushing your teeth and turning off the light, you'd sit on the edge of the bed and tug gently at the lace until it came loose, just enough to feel the difference between tension and release. You never thought about it. You only did it because it felt like a small surrender, a way of saying you didn't need to hold everything together quite so tightly anymore. One night, you found both shoes untied when you woke up. You didn't know if you'd done it in your sleep or if someone else had come into the room and gently loosened them for you. It didn't matter. The feeling remained. The same quiet relief, the same sense that some part of you still knew how to let go. Oh, the darkness doesn't ask you to keep track. It doesn't need you to name what's been lost or found. You are not the sweater, not the window, not the song, not the bench, not the book, not the shoe. You are the quiet space between their coming and going. The breath that still moves through you, even when nothing else does. And still you rest. Still, the night holds you. There was a coat you wore for 3 winters, not because it kept you warm, but because it remembered how to fit you, not snugly, not tightly, but as if it had been shaped by your shoulders before you ever put it on. You never washed it, not once. The buttons were loose, one nearly gone, and the lining had begun to fray along the left seam where your hand always slipped into the pocket. You didn't notice until spring came and you hung it in the closet without thinking. When autumn returned, you pulled it out again, and the scent of old rain and distant wood smoke rose slowly from its folds. You didn't put it on right away. You held it against your chest for a while, just long enough to feel how much lighter it had become, not in weight but in presence. It no longer carried the shape of your movements, only their echo. You wore it once more that season, and then again the next, but each time it felt less like clothing and more like something you were remembering wearing. One morning, you realized you hadn't thought about it for weeks. You found it folded on a shelf behind other coats, untouched. You didn't move it. You didn't throw it away. You simply closed the closet door and walked past it every day after that. There was a song you heard once in a train station, played by someone with a violin case open at their feet. It wasn't loud. It wasn't meant for you. The melody curled around the tiles like steam from a cup left too long on a bench. You stood there, waiting for a train that wouldn't come for 20 minutes and didn't move until it ended. Not because you were moved, but because something in your ribs had gone quiet, as if the music had slipped inside and settled into a place no words could reach. You never learned its name. You never asked the musician. You didn't even look at their face. But for years after, when silence grew too heavy, you'd hum it without knowing why. Just two notes rising, then falling, like breath held and released in the dark. One evening, you heard a similar tune on a radio in a cafe, played by an orchestra, polished and full-bodied. It wasn't the same. You felt no recognition, only a quiet sadness. Not for the loss of the melody, but for the loss of the moment it had first lived inside you. You left your coffee unfinished. There was a key you carried for 8 years in the same pocket of a pair of jeans that eventually wore thin at the knee. It didn't open anything anymore. The lock had been changed long before you realized you still held onto it. You didn't forget why you kept it, only when you'd stopped believing it mattered. Sometimes, when you reached into your pocket without thinking, your fingers would brush against its cool weight, and for a second, you'd remember the door it once turned. The one with the peeling paint, the squeak in the hinge, the way light fell across the floor in slanted stripes at 3 o'clock. You didn't go back. You didn't need to. The key had become less of a tool and more of a quiet witness to something that no longer existed outside your hand. One day, you took it out and placed it on the windowsill beside a glass of water left half drunk from the night before. It sat there for weeks, catching the morning light like a small silver fish. You never picked it up again. The next time you wore those jeans, the pocket was empty. There was a chair you sat in every evening, not because it was comfortable, but because its arms had worn smooth where your elbows always rested. It didn't match anything else in the room. Its legs were uneven, and one cushion had sunk so far down that you learned to lean slightly left just to sit without tipping. You never fixed it. You never replaced it. When visitors came, they'd comment on its oddness. You'd smile and say nothing. Over time, the wood grew warm under your touch, Not from sunlight, but from repeated pressure, from years of sitting still while thoughts passed through you like clouds over a hill. One winter, the chair vanished. You didn't notice at first. Then you realized you were standing beside an empty space where it had been, and for a moment you felt unbalanced, not physically, but in some deeper way, as if part of your rhythm had been removed without warning. You never asked who took it. You didn't need another chair. You sat on the floor instead, back against the wall, knees drawn up, hands resting where the arms used to be. The silence felt different there, not emptier but softer. There was a habit of tracing the rim of your teacup with your thumb after the last sip, just once slowly, as if you were checking for warmth still clinging to the porcelain. You didn't do it every day, not even most days. But sometimes, when the air outside had turned quiet and the light had thinned into that gray-blue hour before true dark, you'd find yourself lifting the cup again, though it was empty. Your thumb would glide over the edge, feeling the faint ridge where glaze met clay, the tiny imperfection near the handle where it had chipped years ago and never been repaired. You didn't think about tea. You didn't think about time. You only felt the surface beneath your skin, the coolness giving way to the memory of heat. Once you dropped the cup. It broke into 3 pieces. You swept them up carefully, put them in a box, and set it on the highest shelf in the kitchen. You never used another cup like it. But sometimes, when you drank from a different one, your thumb would still find its way to the rim and pause, just for an instant, as if expecting the same ridge, the same whisper of fracture. The night doesn't ask you to hold on. It only asks that you be there, quietly, steadily, like a shadow that stays when the light moves away. You are not the coat, not the key, not the chair, not the cup. You are the stillness that remains after the gesture has ended, the quiet space between breaths where no name is needed, no story required. The dark doesn't measure you by what you remember, it measures you by how gently you let things go. And still, you breathe. Still, the night holds you. You walked past a mirror one morning without seeing yourself. Just the room behind you, the curve of the hallway, the way the light fell across the floorboards. And for a moment, there was no face in the glass at all, only the space where one had been expected. You didn't stop. You didn't look again. The day went on as if nothing had shifted, and yet something had, quietly, like the settling of dust after footsteps have faded. There was a song you used to hum while washing dishes, not because you liked it, but because your hands remembered it before your mind did. You don't hum it anymore. You wash the same plates in the same sink, under the same light, and your fingers move the same way. But now there's no tune inside them, only the rhythm of water hitting ceramic. You wonder if the song left with someone else, or if you simply forgot how to carry it. You found an old notebook once, tucked behind a stack of sweaters in a drawer you hadn't opened in years. The pages were filled with handwriting you didn't recognize, not sloppy, not hurried, but precise, as if each word had been chosen for its weight rather than its sound. You read a few lines. They made sense, and yet they didn't belong to anyone you knew now. You closed it. You put it back. You didn't burn it. You didn't keep it. You just let it rest where it was, as if it had never been meant for you to hold. There was a tree outside your window that changed color every autumn in the same way. A slow yellowing at the edges, then a deep orange along the branches, and finally a rustling fall that lasted 3 days before the ground became still again. You watched it each year without thinking about why. One year you noticed the bark had split near the base, not from storm or age, but from something inside pushing outward. You didn't call anyone to look at it. You didn't worry. The tree kept standing. You used to keep a stone in your pocket when you traveled, not for luck, not because it was special, but because its shape fit your palm just right, worn smooth by time and touch. You lost it somewhere between 2 cities, on a train that never stopped where you thought it would. You didn't look for it. You didn't feel the absence until months later, when you reached into your coat and found only air. You don't know what you are now, not really, and you've stopped needing to. The thoughts that rise in the dark no longer demand answers. They drift like leaves on a slow stream, brushing against your skin before slipping away. You do not gather them. You do not name them. You simply let them pass. The night is not a keeper of identities. It does not count the hours you spent being someone else, nor does it tally the faces you wore in silence. It only holds you as you are, no more, no less, and asks nothing but your breath. Your fingers rest lightly on the blanket now. The room is warm. There is no need to remember who you were. There is no need to become who you will be. Only this, the quiet. Only this, the dark. Only this, the slow, soft letting go.